Testing podium mic, 1, 2, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Everyone can take your seats, please. The 246th meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice is reconvened in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. During this meeting, the board will be conducting business from the agenda posted in the Texas Register. Members of the board present for this meeting include myself, Eric Nichols, Vice Chair Faith Johnson, Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow, Ambassador Sishan Siv, Pastor Nate Sprinkle, Sidney Zeiker, General Bill Welch, Tom Fordyce, and Martin Garza. A quorum of the board is present, and the meeting is now declared open. This meeting is being conducted in person here at the Sheraton Georgetown and is also being broadcast on the Texas Department of Criminal Justice YouTube channel. It is 9:03 a.m. Before we get started with the reconvened meeting, I would like to invite everyone present to stand as you are able and join us as a board in pledges of allegiance. Texas Department of Criminal Justice Chief Programs Officer Jason Clark will lead us in the pledges. Mr. Clark, I see you approaching. When you're ready, please begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, one God, one indivisible.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. I would now ask our board member, Pastor Nate Sprinkle, to introduce TDCJ Chaplain Calvin Page to offer a word of prayer as we start our meeting.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols. Before we begin with a word of prayer, I would like to introduce TDCJ Chaplain Calvin Page. Chaplain Page began his career with TDCJ on September of 2010 as a chaplain at the Wynn Unit. In 2013, he transferred to the John B. Connolly Unit in Kennedy, Texas. After a brief period with the Georgia Department of Corrections, Chaplain Page returned to TDCJ, where he now serves as chaplain at the Mark W. Michael Unit. Chaplain Page served in the United States Air Force and retired after 24 years of active duty with the rank of Major. Chaplain Page holds a bachelor's degree in social psychology from Park University, a master's degree in public administration from Troy University, and a master's degree in divinity from Southern Methodist University Perkins School of Theology. He is an ordained elder in the United Methodist Church, where he pastors 3 churches in Dallas, Texas. Chaplain Page's dedication and passion to the agency's chaplaincy program is evident in his work as he continues to help men grow in their spiritual lives daily. Chaplain Page, I hope you are here with us this morning. Would you come on up to the podium, please, sir, and do us the honor this morning of opening our meeting with a word of prayer. Amen. Thank you, Chaplain Page, for your service and for that prayer.
Thank you, Pastor Sprinkle, and thank you, Chaplain Page. I know, Chaplain, I know we speak for all of us that have seen your work in the field, and I wasn't aware of all your credentials. That is amazing. And we try to use this portion of our program to highlight the outstanding work and commitment of individuals of faith who are helping to change lives in our system. So thank you, sir, for very much for being here today, and thank you on behalf of the entire board for your ongoing work and your ongoing mission. As a courtesy to speakers and guests in the meeting, please turn your electronic devices to the silent or vibrate mode. Thank you. We obviously recognize everyone who is with us here today, especially as we have a public comment meeting here today. So all of you are very much welcome, and your efforts to be here with us in person are very much appreciated. We also appreciate all representatives of our public officials in Texas who may be joining us here today, either in person or by watching online. The Texas Board of Criminal Justice is committed to providing an opportunity for public presentations on posted agenda topics, as well as public comments on issues within its jurisdiction as provided in Board Rule 151.4. Persons interested in speaking at today's meeting were required to complete and submit a registration card at least 10 minutes prior to the meeting's posted start time. On posted agenda topics, 19 speaker registration cards were received by board staff prior to that deadline. These registered speakers will be heard as the agenda topics are presented and prior to the board taking action on that topic. If an individual is not present when called upon, she or he will not have the opportunity to speak on the topic on which she or he registered. Each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes to make his or her presentation on a particular agenda item, including the public comment item. A red light on the timer in front of me here will notify us all after those 3 minutes have expired. We are all here to share and discuss information on matters of importance to the state and our communities in a professional and respectful way. Obviously, signs, placards, or other objects of a similar nature that can disrupt proceedings are not allowed as part of the professional and respectful exchange of ideas and information at our meetings. I appreciate in advance, very much appreciate in advance, the cooperation of all of our visitors and speakers in preserving order and decorum in the meeting today. And we will have a situation of mutual respect in those exchanges. In a situation that I do not anticipate happening of a presenter or spectator being disruptive, that person may be asked to immediately cease that conduct or to leave the meeting. Our next agenda item is recognitions, and we have a very special recognition on behalf of our board. So I will start. Our first recognition is of our newest board member, who has recently been appointed by our Texas Governor, Greg Abbott, and who is starting his service in his first meeting with our board today. As board members, we've had the chance to informally welcome him, but today we formally welcome Mr. Martin Garza to the Texas Board of Criminal Justice. Mr. Garza brings to us a wealth of experience in public service. He previously served as chief of police and as city manager for the city of Mission, Texas, the city manager of the city of Weslaco, Texas, and as chief of staff for Hidalgo County Precinct 3. Mr. Garza also serves as chairman of the Mission Redevelopment Authority Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone Number 1. Mr. Garza earned an associate's degree in law enforcement from Laredo College, formerly Laredo Junior College, and a bachelor's degree in police administration from the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley, formerly known as UT Pan American. On a personal note, I can tell you from his first visit to a TDCJ facility, which we were able to share a couple of weeks ago, that Mr. Garza will be an active member of our board, just as every member of this board is very active. I saw Mr. Garza interact well with the TDCJ leadership and unit leadership and staff, and also members of the population there at the unit, asking good questions on a number of topics related to the operation of TDCJ generally and units specifically. We are grateful for Mr. Garza's continuing willingness to serve the people of Texas, and now in this new way and role. So again, please join us in welcoming Mr. Garza to this board. And Mr. Garza, I'd be pleased if you would share a few thoughts with us.
Sure. First of all, I want to thank you all for the opportunity. I want to thank the governor and our state senator, Chuy Hinojosa, for the opportunity and the trust and confidence they have in my leadership. And I'm looking forward to working with everyone here on the board, all my colleagues, and all the great staff at the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. So thank you.
The Texas Board of Criminal Justice recognizes TDCJ employees who have dedicated 25, 30, 35, 40, and 45 years of service to our state of Texas. These individuals represent the strong commitment of this agency's staff system-wide. Our board and our executive director, Mr. Bobby Lumpkin, express our deepest gratitude for their continued service. So I give these stats every meeting, and every meeting I have, I am continuously astonished by the level of commitment of our valued staff. During the months of March and April 2026, 42 employees attained 25 years of service, 41 employees attained 30 years of service, 10 employees attained 35 years of service, 9 employees attained 40 years of service, and 1 employee attained 45 years of service. And as you all can see on the screen, we are displaying the list of these valued employees for everyone to be able to see and appreciate. The names of these employees will also be submitted for inclusion in the official minutes of this board proceeding. The Texas Board of Criminal Justice congratulates each and every one of these employees and thanks each and every one of you for your unwavering loyalty and dedication to the citizens of Texas. As a further symbol of our appreciation, each of you will receive a board certificate along with a personal letter of gratitude. Our next recognition will be presented by Chief Audit Executive Ms. Renee Russell. Ms. Russell, I understand you would like to recognize Ms. Cheryl Foreman on her promotion as Deputy Chief Audit Executive. It appears that both of you are approaching the podium, so Ms. Russell, when you're ready, please begin.
Good morning, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Johnson, members, Mr. Lumpkin. I am pleased to formally announce the appointment of Cheryl Foreman as the Deputy Chief Audit Executive for the Office of the Independent Auditor. Cheryl has more than 13 years of auditing experience with our office, most recently serving as an audit manager. She is a certified internal auditor, holds a certification in risk management, assurance, and is a licensed attorney in the state of Texas. As you can imagine, when people hear that she is an auditor and an attorney, the reaction is usually somewhere between that's really impressive and that's slightly terrifying. But what makes Cheryl the right choice for this role goes well beyond her credentials. She is a thoughtful and deliberate leader who approaches complex issues with sound judgment and steady perspective. She doesn't rush decisions. She takes the time to get to the right answer. She is deeply respected within our division and across the agency, not only for her technical expertise, but for the way she invests in our people and leads with consistency and integrity. Cheryl has built strong, trusted relationships with agency leadership, the Board of Pardons and Paroles, and Windham School District, relationships that will continue to strengthen the effectiveness and impact of our office. On a personal note, I value her counsel greatly. She is someone I rely on for her perspective and insight, and I am confident that her leadership will be instrumental as we move the division forward. I'm excited about where we're headed with Cheryl in this new role and what we'll accomplish together as a team. Please join me in congratulating her.
Ms. Foreman, congratulations, and I can speak on behalf of all of our board members who've actually seen your work as you've done it out in the field. We offer our heartfelt congratulations and know that you will continue to do the outstanding work that you've done in the past, but in this new role, would you care to share with us a few words?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Chairman Nichols, members of the board, Mr. Lumpkin. I would like to take this opportunity to say how incredibly honored I am to serve in this role, and I'm also very excited for the future of our office under our new leadership, and I'm looking forward to continuing our collaboration with the agency, and thank you very much.
Our next recognition will be presented by TDCJ Parole Division Director, Ms. Monica De Velasco. Ms. De Velasco, I see you coming to the podium, and I understand you would like to recognize Bridget Hadnot on being the new Section Director for the Warrants section of the division. So when you're ready, Ms. De Velasco, please proceed.
Absolutely. Good morning, Chairman Nichols, Mr. Lumpkin, members of the board. It's with great pleasure that I introduce Ms. Bridget Hadnot today as the new section director for our warrant section. Ms. Hadnot began her career with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice over 10 years ago as a parole officer in the Houston area. Quickly after being a parole officer in the Houston area, she really stood out and catapulted her career, and she has led in many different capacities. She's been not only a parole officer in the field, she's also served as an internal reviewer. She's served as a unit supervisor and a program supervisor over the electronic monitoring program over our central operations, and her most recent role as the assistant section director of the warrant section. She is highly respected and loved there, and she played a very, very instrumental role in establishing our second command center in the Houston area, and she has done an outstanding job at developing and maintaining those collaborations and professional relationships with the Texas Department of Public Safety. Everyone is elated to have her there in this role, as am I. Some of the things that she may not know, I'm about to share this. I'm sure she's very, very humble in this, but one of the things that really sets her aside from others is, I don't know, I'm sure everybody here remembers the infamous Hurricane Beryl. She was the assistant section director in the Houston section or in the Houston office in the area, and as some of y'all may know, that building suffered significant damage, and all of that staff in the command center, which is a 24-hour operations, had to figure out how to relocate and temporarily do what needed to be done while still maintaining operations. And Ms. Hadnot came in like a fiery force and made it happen and stayed true and dedicated, even while being semi-displaced herself and getting teams of people over to Austin, helping prepare meals and keeping staff motivated and morale high during that difficult time. And that was a 2-month journey, and because of that, she's just kind of really left a really strong sense of love and welcome there in her role, and we are absolutely excited to have her joining that. So please welcome me, or join me in welcoming her into this new role as she embarks on this new journey.
Thank you, Ms. De Velasco. Good morning, Chairman Nichols, Mr. Lumpkin, and members of the board. I do not take this opportunity lightly. Parole is my passion, and again, I thank you for the opportunity.
Well, Ms. Hadnot, don't leave yet.
Okay,
We're going to say some things too. So first of all, thank you for being here this morning. Second, we appreciate your efforts, just as with others that we've talked about today. We see the efforts in the field, and I'll speak for Mr. Garza. Mr. Garza and I, when we were out on that trip to a unit, we also stopped by the the district parole office there in Harlingen. And so we know firsthand how much great work is going on within that parole division. And for you personally, the fact that you've led in certain areas and are now stepping forward to lead in this particular section of the division is a great testament to your what you've done not only in the past, but what we know you're going to be contributing in the future. So thank you for everything that you do, and please, please, please keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We are now going to turn to the agenda item for public comments. And for public comments on issues within the jurisdiction of the board, but that were not posted on the agenda, 19 registration cards were received by board staff prior to the established deadline. As I said earlier, today's comment time is set at 3 minutes per individual. And as I said earlier, a red light will notify us all as to when that time has expired. We ask that during this comment period, each speaker's comments remain pertinent to issues within the jurisdiction of the board. As I said earlier, I do not anticipate a situation where speakers deviate from matters within the board's jurisdiction, but if that happens, I may hopefully gently and respectfully interrupt and remind the speaker to focus on such topics. I also, as I said earlier, do not anticipate a situation in which continued deviation will result in disruptive conduct. And again, finally, because one of the core principles of our meetings is to treat others with respect, I do not anticipate a situation in which a presenter or spectator becomes disruptive, leading to a situation in which that person will be asked to immediately cease or leave the meeting, or if necessary, be escorted out. I would also like to point out that as a measure of our effort to show respect to members of our public who wish to contribute their thoughts to our work as a board, we have moved this public comment agenda item up on our agenda so that our participants are not having to wait until the end of what can sometimes be a long day in our meetings. If an individual registered to speak is not present when first called upon, his or her name will be called once more following any other registered speakers. If he or she is not present at that point, he or she will forfeit the opportunity to speak. Board members and agency staff may ask questions to our speakers for clarification purposes only. However, any discussion of a board of a topic that is not posted on this board's agenda for this meeting cannot take place due to the statutory requirements of the Texas Open Meetings Act. So with that, our first registered speaker is Danny Allen. So Ms. Allen, if you would approach. No, no, take your time, ma'am. We're good. Ms. Allen, first of all, it's good to see you again.
Good to see y'all.
And we appreciate you being here. So whenever you're ready, please begin.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I would like to begin with a specific case, Rex Alexander, known to TDC as inmate 648577. He has been eligible for parole since 2004, has been in prison since 1993, and has been denied parole 12 times. During that time, he has continued to better himself, earning multiple certificates, participating in the Boiler Room Operator Training Program, and he teaches a Bible study and has for quite some time. He just needs to know what he needs to do. It's either 11D or 2D as a reason for rejection, and everybody knows you can't change 2D. He can't do anything about the crime. And this is just not about one individual. It reflects a broader concern regarding transparency and fairness in how decisions are made. Is Rex being held until he's no longer able to work, ultimately shifting the burden of care onto his family and his support system? I also want to address conditions inside TDCJ facilities, particularly regarding food. Across the board, we continue to receive letters at the prison show from multiple units describing spoiled and inedible meals being served. This is not isolated, it's consistent across TDC. I urge members of the board to take a simple but meaningful step. Visit units unannounced and share a meal with the incarcerated. Experience firsthand what is being served. Accountability starts with awareness. In addition, why are healthier food options not more accessible? Medical issues like diabetes and heart disease arise by not offering healthy options. Some units offer vending machines with sandwiches and salads during visitation. Why not all units? And why are vending machines at some units consistently broken or nearly empty all the time? Why are healthy options like fruit or vegetable pouches not available through e-com or commissary? It is available in other states. I've seen it, I've researched it. If individuals are expected to rehabilitate, we must provide basic conditions that support health and well-being. These are not unreasonable requests, they are basic expectations. And why are photos not being taken the first weekend of the month at all units? There is always issues. One time, property officer Bear at the Stiles unit pointed her finger in my face and yelled, not once, but twice, when I asked for photos on February 8th. I asked to speak to a duty warden about it. I invite the board to view the body cam footage and visit 12 building at the Stiles unit and ask any man incarcerated how she treats them, and you will get the same answer.
Ms. Allen, if you would wrap up, please.
Okay. Finally, I want to address something that was personally said to me by Captain Cooper regarding visitation at the Polunsky unit, that I should not visit because I'm handicapped. That statement is not only concerning, it raises serious questions about accessibility and fairness. In closing, I ask for consistency, transparency, and accountability. For individuals like Rex Alexander and for many others, these decisions are not abstract, they are life-changing. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Allen, for your comments and being respectful in your comments, and that shows in your presentation. Of course.
Would you elaborate a little bit more about the photos? Would you explain that a little further for me, please?
Every unit, the first full weekend of the month, they're supposed to provide photos. They take photos. We used to pay for them, and they were more reliable at that time, but now, I mean, even for death row, they only get 2 chances on a Saturday night to take photos. And the cameras are broken, and it's always the same thing. The camera's broken. It's in the warden's office. I can't get to it. There's no batteries. And some people fly from other states to come take photos with their husbands, wives, different reasons.
So you're saying that's not taking place at all the units, but some of the units?
Some of the units it does take place.
Okay.
But Stiles unit, it definitely does not.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And also, just to remind the entire audience with respect to issues of parole, eligibility, and placement, obviously those responsibilities fall with the Board of Pardons and Paroles. But I will tell you, Ms. Allen, as you know, we have representatives of that board who are present at our meeting.
Yes,
so
sir.
that's why, even though that may not be directly pertinent to our responsibilities, I appreciate the fact that you're making your comments on that front as well. So thank you again for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next registered speaker is Angie Agapetis. I hope I didn't mispronounce that last name. And if I did, you can correct me, ma'am.
It's Agapetis.
Agapetis. So,
Yes.
Ms. Agapetis,
Yes.
thank you also for being here, and whenever you're ready, please begin.
Thank you. Well, my name is Angie Agapetis. I wanted to talk about solitary confinement. It is inhumane. It's more than was ever given as a sentence in a courtroom. They were given the ultimate punishment on death row of death, and then to further torture them for all the years of their appeals is just cruel, inhumane, and I feel that if any of you had family members, you wouldn't want them to suffer like that, even if they had done something heinous. In addition, I wanted to quote John McCain, Senator John McCain, who was a prisoner of war in Vietnam. He said that solitary confinement crushes your spirit, weakens your resistance more than any other aspect of mistreatment. It is a punishment. You know, they're being punished for a crime they did already with a death sentence, but it's further punishment, and it's just cruel. 12 states have done away with it, with solitary confinement, New York being the most recent. And the U.S. uses solitary confinement more than other countries extensively. We use it extensively. The University of Maryland program for public consultation, odd name, but they said that 86% of people polled in a poll that they did, University of Maryland, were against solitary confinement as a means of restricting confinement like that. Because these men spend, you know, sometimes 30 years in a 6x5 cell. I'm not sure but it's awfully small, 23 hours a day. It's just cruel. I also wanted to talk about the air conditioning. I'm sure you all know there's been a lost court case. It's gone on 2 weeks. Not sure when a judge might rule, but I did hear recently, and I wanted to see if you could confirm it, that half of the prisons are supposed to be air conditioned by the end of 2027. I've never seen that anywhere or heard that, but it sounds like a lot. There's 75 prisons with no air conditioning, so that would mean 37 prisons have to be air conditioned, in the next year and a half. That sounds like a lot. Does anyone know if that's the case? Because someone was saying it's kind of written into the budget.
Ma'am, are those the conclusion of your comments for today? With that question, you'd like to conclude with that question?
Yes.
Well, first of all, thank you again for your respectful presentation. And so what I'll tell you on that last question that you asked, we are going to be, it's on our agenda to take some action on air conditioning projects that are actually being installed in various units. So you've inspired me to ask a question during that agenda item of the folks who are actually doing that work and supervising that work. I'm going to ask your question. So I hate to have you have to wait for that. So if you can wait until we get to that agenda item, great. But if you can't, if you wouldn't mind just leaving your information with our assistants over here,
Okay.
then we'll make sure to get that information back to you.
Okay, I did put on my card, I did put my email address.
I've got it right here.
Okay.
So if you can't stay with us for the rest of the meeting, thank you very much for
I'm
being
not
here.
sure I'm from Houston, but I'm writing with some other people. But
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you very much for your time,
wanting to
ma'am.
follow up on that.
Thank you, Ms. Agapetis. Our next registered speaker is Jessica Barrow. So, Ms. Barrow, welcome.
Thank you so much.
And whenever you're ready, please begin.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm here today to speak on the topic of nutrition. I'm not going to go directly from my notes. I see that this is a common topic, so some things have been discussed, but let's see. In Texas prisons, as we know, thousands of men and women wake up every day already carrying high burdens of mental illness, trauma, and instability. Nearly 45% of incarcerated people in Texas Department of Criminal Justice live with a diagnosed mental health condition. I'm sure that we're aware of those things as well. Yet Texas spends roughly $2 to $2.60 per person per day on food. Research is clear: inadequate food worsens mental health. Hunger and poor nutrition increase depression, anxiety, irritability, impulsivity, and aggression. I was once a hungry college student, and I remember how stressed I felt in those times. Can relate to some of those feelings. But deficiencies common in low-cost correctional diets, such as vitamin D, magnesium, and omega-3 fatty acids, are clinically linked to worsening bipolar disorder, psychosis, and major depression. When people are underfed, their ability to regulate mood, control impulses, and respond to treatment declines. In TDCJ, this problem is magnified by long lockdowns and repeated use of cold, self-stable sack meals. Texas investigations have documented meals that are nutritionally thin and frequently insufficient. The result is predictable: higher disciplinary infractions, greater use of isolation, and deeper psychological harm. And I was aware of some of the research I saw in the audits by Alice Collier from 18 to 2021, where there were some discrepancies in some of the findings. I've seen that you guys maybe have put in some things into place to correct audit, which that was interesting to see, and I'm thankful for that. I also found that I know that a lot of times in Texas they grow their own crops, and it looks like that it's proven to be not as sufficient as potentially buying the food. So if I could shuffle to my numbers, it showed like a great loss. So that's something that I was thinking, could we look at maybe reconsidering? Here it is. It says that the protein quality is meant to be by policy USDA compliant, but it's often diluted by fillers. Fresh food menus are planned, but they're also a lot of times cut or replaced with cold meals. Hot meals, it says, are required by policy, but are very, very often skipped. And then the cost efficiency, the policy does claim savings. However, 46% of waste in agricultural crops and things, the cost to maintain them. Not to mention in COVID, the rising cost, my light is red. The rising cost of living, as we all know, is astronomical, and it looks like Texas funding is not keeping up with that. And I think that Texas is a very proud state, and we don't like to be at the very bottom with the lowest funding in the U.S. I think that we could do great together, and I appreciate your time.
Well, Ms. Barrow, we appreciate your comments, and again, you're gonna hear me repeat this, but I just feel it's important to note when our speakers who come to us speak based on hard work and a lot of thought, and also in a very respectful way. So we very much appreciate your thoughts, and I can just tell you from my perspective, nutrition is a extremely important issue, and just as one small part of that, a number of us on the board are very much in favor of units being able to grow not just herbs but also fresh produce. And that's not the entire solution to the nutrition issue, but that's just one small aspect that I can give you some feedback on. So thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you very much.
Our next registered speaker is Tina Barrow. So Ms. Barrow, if you would come join us. Thank you, Ms. Barrow, for being here, and whenever you're ready, please begin.
Thank you, distinguished board members. My name is Tina Barrow. I'm a parent of an adult child with an intellectual and developmental disability. I'm here today to address a critical failure within Texas criminal justice system. Its inability to adequately identify, support, and protect individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, commonly referred to as IDD. This failure not only harms those individuals, it harms families, communities, and the integrity of the system itself. Approximately 5 to 6% of Americans have an intellectual or developmental disability, yet in the correctional settings that number rises to 10 to 15% or higher. That disparity is not coincidental. It reflects systemic gaps in identification, support, and care. Individuals with IDD experience lifelong differences in learning, reasoning, communication, and behavior. Many also have co-occurring conditions such as mental illness, traumatic brain injury, or substance use disorders. In correctional environments, these individuals are often misunderstood. What may appear to be defiance is often confusion. What may be labeled noncompliance is frequently a lack of comprehension. Many individuals attempt to mask their disability to avoid stigma or harm, making identification even more difficult. My son has been misidentified twice, still not receiving proper services. When these disabilities go unrecognized, the consequences are severe. Individuals with IDD are more likely to be placed in restrictive housing, disciplined rather than supported, victimized by others, and experience rapid mental health decline. This is not just a clinical issue, it is a legal one. In Moore versus Texas, the Supreme Court emphasized that intellectual disability is a condition requiring proper clinical recognize that individuals, not a simple number. In Atkins versus Virginia, the court recognized that individuals with intellectual disability have reduced culpability and cannot be treated the same within the system of the judicial system. And in Olmstead versus LC, the court made clear that unjustified isolation is discrimination. Under the American with Disabilities Act, the Texas Department of Criminal Justice is required to provide equal access, reasonable accommodations, and protections from harm. Yet in practice, individuals with IDD are still misidentified, placed in restrictive housing, and denied appropriate care conditions the court has repeatedly warned against. When individuals are punished for disability-related behavior and placed in isolation without appropriate support, it raises serious concerns about compliance with federal law. So, what can be done? First, improve identification through standardized clinical screening at intake and throughout incarceration. Second, train staff to recognize and appropriately respond to IDD so behavior is understood, not punished. Third, expand specialized housing and programming designed for individuals with cognitive disabilities. Fourth, ensure continuity of care, especially in restrictive housing, through consistent medical, mental health services and individualized treatment plans. And finally, strengthen accountability, because policies only matter if they are implemented. In closing, this issue before us is not whether policies exist. They do. The issue is whether they are applied consistently, humanely, and in compliance with the law. The courts have already given us the standard. Unjustified isolation is discrimination. Thank you very much.
Ms. Barrow, again, I'm going to say it again because I think it's important to say this, especially in this day and age. Very much appreciate the thought and the respectful presentation.
Absolutely.
Thank you,
you
ma'am.
so much.
Thank you for being here.
For your time.
Our next speaker is Ms. Gloria Rubach. Ms. Rubach, I think I see you out there. If you want to join us at the podium, welcome. It's good to see you again. Whenever you're ready, please begin.
Okay. Good afternoon or good morning to everybody on the board, the chair, the vice chair, and welcome to Mr. Martin Garza to the board. I'm going to talk fast because I have several things to say. Number one, all the prisoners in TDC have a visitation list of 10 people and a call-up list of 10 people. So If grandma can't come visit, at least you can call her, right? Well, I said all the prisoners except about 160 men who are on death row, who only have one list for both. That needs to be changed, period. People have friends overseas that they, that come to visit, but they can't call them, and vice versa. Anyway, second thing, medical release. You guys, we need to get into the 21st century. I lived in terror last week when I found out my son was refusing to take his insulin. He doesn't even get enough insulin. His diabetes is not kept in control, and he knows he has to take it to live. The lack of proper insulin has already caused him to have stage 3 kidney disease. Everybody, every prisoner, every 2 years gets to sign a medical release. So when I heard from somebody else that Michael wasn't taking insulin, I started calling medical at Polunsky. I left 12 plus 4, 16 messages, finally got a call back from Mr. Nalen or Halen or somebody at Polunsky who's in medical. And I said, can you tell me what's going on? He said, no. I said, why not? He said, because his medical release just expired. I said, can you tell me if he's dead or alive? No, I can't tell you. We have computers. We live in this technological age. Why can't the prisoners be notified a month before their medical release expires so that people like me don't live in terror until finally he was able to call me and let me know what had happened. I don't understand computers very well, but people do, and that seems like it could be an easy change. We all know that TDC is understaffed. If my friends on death row are lucky if they get 1 shower a week and maybe 1 hour of rec a week, and my son just told me he had to pick which he wanted for a week, either a shower or 1 hour outside. To me, the solution is, let's pay these people a little bit more money so that we can keep correctional officers on staff and the prisons could function better. And I think pay raises would help a lot.
Mr. Rubach, if you wouldn't mind wrapping up.
Okay, I'll wrap up. The last thing, Danny Allen mentioned photos. I want to say that for death row, the photos are only done on Saturday night. I will be 80 my next birthday. I don't drive very well at night, which means I can't ever get a picture with my son unless I risk driving by myself at night to Polunsky and risk other people probably too. So I want to know if death row could have pictures other than a nighttime slot. And that's it.
Well, again, you guys are going to get tired of me saying it, but I'm going to say it every time we have a speaker who comes up who is as thoughtful and respectful as you've been. So thank you for being here, and thank you for your presentation with us here today. Thank you, Ms. Rubach.
Okay, I hope some changes can be made.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Now, we need to take a short break from the meeting because I understand we're having a little bit of internet connectivity issue. We may need a reboot. So we will briefly adjourn, but we're going to stay in place, board. We're not going anywhere. So we'll stand in recess until we get that issue resolved. Thank you. The 246th meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice is now reconvened in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. It is 10:06 a.m. And I'm happy to report that I believe we have our connectivity issues resolved, so hopefully those joining us on the YouTube channel are able to view the proceedings and hear all of our presentations, including the ongoing presentations by members of the public. The next registered speaker on that front is Mr. David Rumyan. Mr. Rumyan, if you're in the audience, if you'd please approach the podium. Thank you very much, sir, for being here today, first and foremost. And so whenever you're ready, please begin.
Hi, my name is David Runyon. I was formerly incarcerated in TDCJ starting in 2024 for 10 months. There were many problems with the prison system while I was there, but today I'd like to speak about the grievance system. I have a bachelor's and a master's degree from Texas A&M University, and I filed grievances because I think it's important that systems work as designed. However, they did not, in large part. To give an example, I'll cite the first grievance I filed at Holiday Unit in Huntsville. At Huntsville, an intake unit, spoons are not provided upon intake to new inmates. When meals are served in housing dorms, like Johnny sacks or trays, spoons are also not provided with those, even for foods like applesauce that cannot be eaten without one. I filed a grievance over this where I clearly explained, twice, that my complaint applied to meals provided outside the dining hall. Both times I received the response, but spoons are provided inside the dining hall. Clearly, it's a problem to provide inmates with foods they can't eat, but the responses did not address the issue at all. If a simple, verifiable issue like this cannot be addressed, it raises serious concerns about how more complex grievances are handled. I filed about 5 grievances during my time in the system. Some disappeared entirely, never to be seen again, despite policy. Of the 3 that did receive responses, all were returned late, outside the allowable timeline, and all were rejected for irrelevant reasons. It simply does not work to have an entity investigate itself. Take, for instance, any story we see in sports or politics about a scandal. The scandals are always investigated by outside agencies, independent agencies. No system should be responsible for investigating itself without independent oversight, because that creates a built-in conflict of interest. I know the board gets reports at these meetings of how many grievances have been resolved this period, etc. I urge the board to also require reporting on how many grievances are upheld versus denied, as well as compliance with the response time requirements that are laid out in policy. I suspect the upheld percentage is much lower than it should be if every grievance was responded to appropriately and correctly. Any inmate and many TDCJ employees could tell you that there are instances of inmates being treated unfairly in ways that violate the inmate handbook, and yet those grievances are almost never upheld. Grievances are upheld at an incredibly low rate, and yet this does not represent the true accuracy of these complaints. Even better would be, I suggest, an independent review of grievances. Even if just as a starting point, I suggest having some grievances randomly selected and reviewed by an independent, outside, empathetic agency. This will allow the board to directly compare independent findings with internal results. Right now, as most inmates could tell you, the grievance system exists on paper, but in practice, it does not function at all. I hope you and the board will take steps to fix it. I would love the opportunity to speak further with anyone on the board about this issue during the next break, and if any of you have interest in hearing a former inmate's perspective, please seek me out.
Thank you, Mr. Rumyan. And I don't know if you practiced that, but that was it. You were precisely 3 minutes, all right?
I did practice it.
And so, and again, I know I'm being repetitive, but again, I think it's important to say it in this day and age. We appreciate speakers who come to us and speak based on their own experiences, based on research they've done, and also in the respectful manner that you did. So that's a credit to you. I will channel my wife, who's a proud Aggie, to say that you clearly are being a good representative of that institution. So thank you very much for being here. And I want to encourage you, I've got your information here. I've got your email address. But if you want to leave any additional information, certainly you've raised some very, very good points, and would be happy to continue this discussion.
I would love to. Thank you, Mr. Nichols.
Thank you. What, you mind that I gave a shout out to Texas A&M?
As a Longhorn fellow Longhorn, it just always concerns me.
Well, I have to live in a household, okay?
Okay.
So there you go.
Okay.
There you go. So our next registered speaker is Goldie Villanueva. Ms. Villanueva, if you're here, please approach. Thank you, ma'am, for being here, and whenever you're ready, please begin.
I want to speak up on a topic of a disciplinary case that me and my husband got back in September. It was about a three-way call, and I don't do those. We have the evidence that we did not do it. We submitted all the evidence. We submitted everything that we could possibly submit, and we still have not got the answer back on the grievances. He did step 1, step 2, and still no leverage on it. And I'm trying to reach out to everybody possible to get the answer on that. And I also need to speak up on the Mel, because his stuff is being printed because he does not have a tablet. They told him he could not have a tablet, but we did pay for it. And that I'm having to call the mail room almost like every other day or once a week because he's not getting his mail. They're withholding his mail, and I'm just trying to get to the point where we're staying on a stable contact because I'm only able to mail him. That's it. And I do get visitations and everything like that, but I'm just trying to get everything reversed due to the fact that we already have evidence that the hearing cannot be located. And so I also Googled everything. I submitted everything to y'all and to everybody that I could think of, the board, the ombudsman's office, and everything like that I'm supposed to do.
Well, thank you very much for being here, and you may have sent an email, and I'll tell you, if you sent an email to me, for example, I've been sure to pass that along, but would you do me a favor and just make sure before you leave today that you go over to that table over there.
Yes.
Make sure that we know exactly the loved one who's in the system that you're speaking of so that we can make sure we're doing the appropriate follow-up.
We'll do.
But again, thank you so much for your respectful presentation. Thanks for the care in your comments, and we very much appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
Cut myself off. Our next registered speaker is Marcy Simmons. Ms. Simmons, if you're here, please come join us. Ms. Simmons, good to see you again. Appreciate you being here.
Hey, y'all. Good to see y'all, too. Thanks for having me.
Whenever you're ready, please begin.
Okay, my name's Marcy Marie. I'm the Director of Communications for Lioness Justice Impacted Women's Alliance. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I want to talk to y'all about the extreme heat. Recent public statements from agency leadership revealed that what has previously been presented as a plan was not so much a plan. You, Chairman Nichols, described a phase plan for air conditioning units as a little bit more than swag, which when that was publicly made available, we didn't think of that as swag. We thought of that as a plan. We thought of that as the state's way that they were saying, we value human life and we want to protect it, and we are making plans to protect human life. When those materials were, that distinction matters, y'all. Tens of thousands of people remain in unair-conditioned housing under the current pace of installation. Projections indicate it could take decades to fully air-condition Texas prisons at the rate we're going right now. That's generations of trauma and heat-related illnesses and deaths. We know extreme heat conditions create serious health issues, especially to people that are vulnerable. Recently, one of our incarcerated members who had been identified as a medically vulnerable person, she had her heat sensitivity score suddenly disappear. It happened around the same time that she received a major disciplinary case. We worked with our partners at Latino Justice. That major disciplinary case has since been overturned, but in conversations with the agency, there's no record of why that heat score was suddenly removed. So we have a big concern about the correlation of that happening. Representatives of TDCJ also recently suggested that only 0.07% of people have lost their lives of the entire prison population. We're talking about 0.07% of the entire prison population have lost their lives in the past 3 years to heat-related illnesses. And it was presented in a way like, hey, that's pretty good odds. And I just need to point out that there are family members here today of that 0.07%, and we don't think of them as odds. Even one preventable death caused by extreme temperature is worth the effort. I also recently learned that despite public messaging kind of indicating that it's money is the barrier. We don't have the money. We want air conditioning. We don't have the money. We've been told this for years. TDCJ has never, not once, asked for full funding to air condition Texas prisons from the state legislature. That's deeply concerning for me, for Texans, for incarcerating Texans, for families of incarcerated Texans. Transparent planning, accurate public representation is essential for us to be trustworthy of each other. We want to trust you, and we want you to trust us. And the way things are going with this, it's not looking great for that, okay? My request today is straightforward. I'm going to read it so I don't get it messed up, okay? I'm asking you, as the board, to formally pursue full funding necessary to comprehensively address dangerous heat conditions across Texas prisons, supported by a clear timeline and measurable benchmarks that the public can see happening. And we also are asking that you would require the agency to collect core body temperatures when there are medical emergencies within your institutions. Texans expect honesty from this agency, and we expect meaningful action when we're talking about human lives. Thank y'all so much for your time.
Simmons, thanks for your presentation.
Yes, sir.
And as I said in response to an earlier public comment, we are going to be having a presentation on current projects to install additional air conditioning within TDCJ units that will have the result of adding what you know from being active in the litigation are called cool beds. So I hope you can stay with us through the rest of the presentation as well. And I'll also point out in response to your questions that TDCJ is maintaining basically a snapshot, a publicly available snapshot showing the pace with which additional air conditioning is being installed within the units. So hope you can join us for that later part of the presentation. And I think you heard me indicate that there's a question I'm going to be asking that may go to your comments.
Chairman Nichols, thanks so much for that. And trust me, we will be watching. If we're not in this room, we'll be watching virtually more comfortable. And I appreciate you addressing that. Thank y'all.
Thank you for being here. Our next speaker is Melissa Chapman-Bell. Ms. Chapman-Bell, if you are here, if you would join us, please. Thank you for being here. And whenever you're ready, please begin.
My name is Melissa Chapman-Bell, and I'm a restrictive housing wife and sister. According to the Supreme Court, the Constitution does not mandate comfortable prisons, but neither does it permit inhumane ones. The Supreme Court made clear your liability incurs when you know of a deadly condition, which now you know excessive heat kills in prison, and you fail to take responsible measures to abate it. As the supreme government body over the TDCJ, this is your responsibility. Failure to direct the TDCJ executive director, your direct subordinate, and overseer of all of Texas prisons to, without delay, air conditioning the unair conditioned prisons and portions therein for those partially air conditioned with temporary air conditioning, now knowing it can be done. We ask for implementation of an emergency declaration to the Texas Governor Abbott. Please do not say this cannot be done, because according to the news and persons who were at the I don't know if I'm saying that right, trial, Mr. Hudson testified and evidence was produced, and that TDCJ has exercised relief through emergency declarations 2 times, resulting in the procurement and installation of temporary air conditioning in prison in less than 45 days. On March 18th, Governor Abbott amended his emergency drought declaration due to excessive heat from his original emergency declaration on July 8th, 2022. On April 8th, he amended his severe weather fire emergency declaration, first issued August 10th, 2025. The Safe Outdoor Dogs Act of 2022 protects dogs against direct sunlight and excessive heat. Why are dogs protected and inmates who are human beings are not? TDCJ policy mandates your chickens be housed in a 45 to 70 degree temperature. The governor's declaration all states, pursuant to the section 418016 of the Texas Government Code, any regulatory statute prescribing the procedures for contact of state business or any order or rule of state agency that would in any way prevent, hinder, or delay necessary action in coping with this disaster shall be suspended upon written approval of the office of governor. However, to extend that the enforcement of any state statute or administrative rule regarding contracting or procurement would impede any state agency's emergency response that is necessary to protect life or property threatened by the declared disaster. The TDLR shows 20,167 licensed AC contractors in Texas. There is no legitimate reason after immediate emergency declaration that TDCJ cannot get licensed HVAC contractors to each of the geographic areas where an unair-conditioned or partially air-conditioned prison is located. This board, through the TDCJ, Office of Emergency Management, and the Texas Governor must declare a life-threatening state of emergency and acquire and install temporary air conditioning in every TDCJ housing area not yet air-conditioned. You can do this in less than 90 days and this process does not use TDCJ funds, is not required to go through legislation or central bidding process. In addition to the excessive heat driving mental health issues is the problematic non-standardized phone schedules across the board. For restrictive housing, many of the units are 2 to 8 p.m. During those short hours, family members have to go to work and school, and other life issues have to be dealt with.
Ms. Chapman-Bell, if you could wrap up.
Yes. When we have a family member who gives all the signs of suicide, having these restricted time restraints exacerbates their mental health exponentially. In 2025, there was at least 55 cases of suicide. Had family members had more available phone time, some of these deaths may have been preventable. As it affects our families, the incarcerated, as well as their children. I have 6. But lastly, if you can't extend those phone times, maybe one contact visit a month would be good, because one hug from somebody can make all the difference in your life. And our children, like mine, has expressed that they want to end their life because they cannot give hugs.
Ms. Chapman-Bell, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next registered speaker is Gay Weintraub. If you would please approach the podium, Ms. Weintraub. Thank you also for being here. Whenever you're ready, please begin.
Good morning. Thank you to the board for giving me the opportunity to speak. I had the pleasure of running into Chairman Nichols at the Hittner Family Seder 2 weeks ago today, a world that I grew up in that's very different from the one I'm here to discuss today.
And without taking up your time, I appreciate you taking me up on my offer of coming to our board and speaking to us.
I appreciate that offer. My name is Gay Weintraub, and I'm the secretary of the Texas Prison Transparency Project. Today I'm here to advocate for myself and for my biological father, Bruce Wayne Walker, who is in the Stiles unit. In 2023, I found my biological parents through Ancestry DNA and believed Bruce was my uncle at the time. Following TDCJ policy and procedure, I worked directly with Head of Classification Diane Leonard and provided all required documentation, including my adoption records and genealogy. As his niece, I was approved for contact visits, and I visited Bruce weekly from February 2024 until March 2025 without issue. All that changed after I sent an email on March 13th, 2025, raising questions about the 15-day lockdown policy and the actions of a sergeant who died the next day, apparently of a drug overdose. When I arrived for my visit 3 days later, Sergeant Emmanuel Ogu claimed I was under investigation, denied my visit, and refused to allow me to speak with the duty warden. The next week, my status was demoted from niece to friend, yet neither Huntsville unit classification nor the unit know how that happened. Huntsville stated Diane Leonard no longer works for TDCJ, and none of the documentation I provided can be found. The reasoning may be unclear, but it feels clear to me that this was not an issue until I sent that email. The timing raises serious concerns about retaliation. I followed every TDCJ policy and procedure required of me, yet to this day I'm still listed as Bruce's friend in your system. My second issue regards the craft shop program. TDCJ required Bruce be transferred from the memorial unit to a medical unit because of his heart issues. After being put on chain for Stiles multiple times but never transferred, Ms. Leonard suggested I work with my contact at Senator Joan Huffman's office to help coordinate transfer to a medical unit with a craft shop. Per TDCJ policy and procedure, I worked directly with the craft shop supervisors at both units to transfer Bruce's craft card and materials from Memorial to Stiles. Bruce arrived to Stiles in lockdown status. Sergeant Becker assured me he was next in line, yet 2 years later, he is still not in the craft shop. In fact, he's number 56 on the waiting list. That issue raises a very simple question. How does someone go from being next in line to number 56 2 years later? I am well aware that multiple prisoners without active craft cards or the ability to meet the minimum $100 required purchase per TDCJ policy have been admitted ahead of him. Bruce is an elderly peddler since 2010 with a clean disciplinary record, and thousands of dollars of materials, which our family paid for, are sitting unused and deteriorating in storage. In both situations, TDCJ policy and procedure were followed exactly as instructed. The outcomes, however, have been inconsistent, unexplained, and from my perspective, retaliatory. I'm here today to ask this board to review the process by which approved family members are removed from contact visitation without transparency or due process, and the consistency and enforcement of craft shop admission policies at the Stiles unit. I'm not asking for special treatment. I'm asking for TDCJ to follow its own policies and procedures that it requires the public to follow. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you again. I'll say it again, for that respectful and thoughtful advocacy. We really appreciate it, and I think we have sufficient information about the issue and also your particular loved one to be able to get back and respond to you, which we will do.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next registered speaker is Ms. Jennifer Toon. Ms. Toon, if you were, I think I saw you earlier, if you can approach. Again, very much appreciate you being here with us at the meeting, and whenever you're ready, please proceed.
Sure. I'll try not to chatter. It's so cold in here. So
it is a
I'm
little
shaking.
chilly.
It's not out of nerves. It's because I'm freezing. Good morning, rather. It's really great to see y'all, and thank you for this opportunity to be able to address the board. My name is Jennifer Toon. I'm here as the Executive Director of Lioness Justice Impacted Women's Alliance. As y'all know, we work directly with incarcerated women and trans folks in our Texas prisons. I want to talk this morning about dignity and safety, and I want you to see how they're connected. For instance, at Lane Murray, we've been hearing a lot about the women with disabilities who cannot consistently access basic working showers or restrooms in a way where they feel safe and dignified. And we know when those basic needs are not met, it not only creates discomfort, it creates a vulnerability. It creates an environment where when neglect becomes normal, when dignity is not respected, sometimes that makes people in positions of power begin to maybe feel like or understand that those women's needs can be ignored without consequence. And so that's how it connects to safety. And I want to transition a little bit to Hospital Galveston. The sexual assault allegations are not separate from this at Hospital Galveston. They exist within the context of those same conditions of confinement. Because, I'm sorry, y'all, I have glasses that I have to take off to read. I don't know if any of y'all do that, and I can't see.
I've got readers. You want to borrow mine too?
Gosh, you know, and everybody makes fun of me, like, why don't you just get readers, and I won't do it. So conditions of confinement, we believe, are directly connected to misuses of power. And so when we have come repeatedly to talk about conditions of confinement, especially during medical transport, especially at Hospital Galveston, we feel like that those conditions create an environment that allows abuse to start festering and thriving. So you got our handout, I'm sure, that we laid out all of our concerns, but we have some direct asks this morning, and I've already talked to Jennifer Cosby this morning about the issues about the women with disabilities at Lane Murray, making sure that they have their dignity respected and their needs met at the unit at Lane Murray, that they can access the showers and the bathroom areas easily. And also we want to encourage you to continue to have a very robust, serious, transparent response to the allegations of sexual abuse at UTMB Hospital Galveston, which includes making sure that that hospital has conditions of confinement that encourage the women to come to the hospital so that they feel like a patient and they feel like their well-being really matters when they're getting health care. So you can see where dignity is connected to safety. I do want to tell you that we appreciate members on this board and TDCJ leadership that have taken these sexual abuse allegations seriously and responded rapidly and robustly. All we're asking is that you continue to do so and that you provide transparency over those allegations as the investigation continues, and also talking to Ron, Mr. Hudson, and Ms. Cosby about really transforming Hospital Galveston in a place of care. So let's do more preventative things, and that dignity is the starting point, not the reaction.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Toon, for, again, your respectful advocacy, and also thank you. We have your letter. I've got it right here in front of me. And also for, as you indicated by calling Mr. Hudson by his first name, the fact that you are a positive contributor to the stakeholder process where we get feedback, not just through these formal board meetings, but through a less formal contact and ability to provide feedback. So, but again, thank you for being here with us in this public meeting here today.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Our next registered speaker is Salandria Foster. Ms. Foster. Ms. Foster, thank you very much for being here today. And whenever you get to that podium, you can adjust that mic, and whenever you're ready, please proceed.
Good morning, members of the board. Mr. Lumpkin, Chairman Nichols, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Salandria Foster, and I'm here today not only as a concerned citizen, but as the wife of an incarcerated individual directly impacted by what is commonly referred to as high-profile classification within TDCJ. I want to respectfully ask this board, what is your official knowledge and position regarding the use of high profile as a classification tactic? I call it a tactic because from everything I've been able to gather, it does not exist as a clearly defined policy within TDCJ's written rules and regulations, and yet it is being used in ways that have very real and very serious consequences. Individuals labeled as high profile are often subjected to repeated cell moves, sometimes every 30 days, frequent shakedowns, and other forms of heightened scrutiny and restriction. These conditions go beyond standard management practices and can feel punitive in nature. I speak from lived experience. My husband is currently labeled as high profile, and in trying to understand this designation, I've encountered confusion, inconsistency, and at times outright hostility from classification staff in Huntsville. There is no transparent process, no clear criteria for how someone is placed in this status, and more importantly, no defined pathway for how someone can be removed from it. I've also been told that while certain actions like frequent cell transfers are not always required, many wardens feel pressured to comply out of concern for agency-level repercussions. That raises serious questions about consistency, fairness, and oversight. To be clear, TDCJ has established policies for classifications such as security precaution designators, restricted housing, and death row. These classifications include defined procedures, documentation, and in some cases, review processes. So my question is simple. If high profile is being used in practice as a form of classification, why does it not come with the same level of transparency, accountability, and checks and balances? And if it is not an official classification, then why is it being used in ways that significantly impact the daily lives and conditions of confinement for those labeled under it? I'm asking this board to provide clarity, to ensure accountability, and to consider implementing formal guidelines and review processes so that no individual is subjected to indefinite or undefined conditions without recourse. Because at the end of the day, fairness in policy is not just about systems, it's about people, families, and the integrity of the institution itself. I'd like to thank you for allowing me to speak here today, as well as for the responsibility that you carry.
Well, thank you so much for your, again, you're getting applause because of your thoughtful advocacy, but also because of the way you respectfully presented the issue, and what I can tell you is we hear you, and I'm sure that if we don't already have the information about your loved one, make sure that you leave that with our assistants here at the board meeting today, and so that we can get back to you on the particular situation that you've raised. But thank you so much for being here and making the effort to be with us here today.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Our next registered speaker is Brittany Robertson. So Ms. Robertson, if you would come join us. And y'all can just come straight up. Well, okay, it's fine. You don't have to walk all the way back and then come back up, but Ms. Robertson, we appreciate you being here today.
I brought some data with me, so I wanted to make sure to have that ready.
Sure.
Brittany Robertson with Texas Prison Reform. Thank you guys for having us. I wanted to preface this with the fact that this is from public information requests, the data I'm going to be going through, and if you want them, I can provide them after. In TDCJ, at the end of January, there were 5,369 confirmed security threat group members, otherwise known as gang members. There is also 3,471 ex-gang members. Additionally, 2,856 who have current or historical charges related to substance use. Moreover, there are 1,405 security threat group members who do not have their GED, Now I want to switch over to the topic of parole, and I only bring parole up because it's relevant to the care while in restrictive housing. In calendar year 2020, 15 inmates from throughout the state were paroled out of restrictive housing as a security threat group member. In 2021, they paroled 3 throughout the entire state. In 2022, we hit 6. In 2023, 10. In 2024, 8 inmates throughout the state of Texas, active security threat group members, were only allowed to parole. In 2025, the TDCJ had 55 suicides, the majority of them found unresponsive in a single-man cell. Same with the overdoses. However, the number of active or confirmed members paroled or released on mandatory supervision as of 2025 was 882. In 2023, many of the active gang members had asked to be released to general population after an extended period in restrictive housing. More importantly, they asked for programs, reacclimation, behavioral modifications, and those types of things which the mission statement promises. Considering the contraband, substance use, mental illness, adjustment, and aggression issues in restrictive housing, while also considering the 882 paroled or released on mandatory supervision, I have to ask where the public safety is reflected in the data. The incarcerated, the families, as well as the victims deserved a better effort for public safety, more than containment and infliction of mental health harm from solitary and then released without the skills we know and expect them to have, related, nor addressing the core cause of incarceration related to the crime. We need this to become a wide-scale effort for rehabilitation and education. I know many of the men would be able to proctor and test out of their GED. Now I'm asking for a larger effort to make up for the decades of lost time. They need to obtain their GED and be released with an ID, please. We, the public, want true safety and true changed behavior, not for the worst. I am asking us to be smart on crime and true justice for all, not merely containment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your thoughtful comments and
You're
for
welcome.
being here today. Thank you, Ms. Robertson. Our next registered speaker is Shelley Danner. Ms. Danner, if you would, and please, if you want to, you can just come up this way. If it's easier, just come on up. Thank you for being with us here today. Whenever you're ready, please proceed.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Shelley Danner, and I'm here today to talk about leadership. All of the issues that have been discussed here are directly under leadership roles. Leadership is not a title. It is not a position. Leadership is a standard. And that standard is not set in this room. It is set inside the units in real conditions, expecting real people every single day. In an environment as demanding as the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, leadership must stand on clear foundation, the 4 C's: competence, commitment, courage, and candor. Competence means knowing what is actually happening inside your facilities, not just what is written in reports, but what is being lived by correctional officers as well as inmates. Commitment means showing up consistently, not just when it's convenient or visible, but as a sustained responsibility to the system and the people within it. Courage means facing hard truths, especially when they are uncomfortable and reflect failures. Without courage, leadership becomes passive. And candor, honest, and transparent communication is what builds trust. Without candor, there is no accountability, and without accountability, there is no meaningful change. These 4 pillars of leadership form the framework for leadership that is effective, trustworthy, and capable of driving real change outcomes. Scripture reminds me in Hebrews 13:3, Continue to remember those in prison as if you were with them together, and those who are mistreated as if you yourselves were suffering. This is a call to empathy and to responsibility to this board. So today, I urge each one of you, at the very least, to visit one unit every month, unannounced, unplanned, not a surprise planned visit, because I've been a part of those. Things are cleaned up. You're directed to certain areas. I ask that you go into a unit and walk the entire thing and talk to people. Get real life experience, not what these papers tell y'all. Because you cannot lead what you do not truly see. And you cannot set the right standard if you are disconnected from reality. And here's the truth. If leadership is absent, then the standard inside those units will be set by neglect, by silence, and whatever goes unchecked. If you want trust, earn it. If you want accountability, please model it. If you want change, go see what is really happening in every unit. And here's the truth. Because at the end of the day, the conditions inside those units are not just a reflection of the system. They are a direct reflection of your leadership.
Thank you, ma'am. We really appreciate your comments. And Ms. Danner, I can assure you that, and I've said it before, I think you've heard me say it before, that one of the things that I really appreciate about this board is that the board is so active, and that, to your point, they do spend time in units across the state. And but your comments are heard, and we appreciate your being here today. Thank you, ma'am. Our next registered speaker is Tana Southwards Naranjo. So, Ms. Southwards Naranjo, if you're here, if you'd come join us, please. You're doing fine. Don't worry about don't worry. It's not like going to the movie theater where you're blocking other people's view of the movie. So don't worry about that. And whenever you're ready, please proceed.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the board, what a pleasure it is to be here before you today. My name is Tona Southwards Naranjo, and I am the mother of John Anthony Southwards, also known as 02168787. Let me remind you how much more of a number that young man was. My son lost his life in the Estelle unit on June 28th of 2023 at 11:58 p.m. My son died inside of a system that you guys oversee. So I'm here today for one reason, to ask whether this system is producing public safety or preventable harm. Because the data in my lived experience, guys, it tells the same story. Inside TDCJ, we're continuing to see ongoing issues with substance abuse, lack of education, declining mental health, lack of rehabilitation to certain STG members. We're seeing individuals held in conditions of isolations where behavior is not improved, it's exacerbated. We're seeing people released without rehabilitation, without stability, and without the tools needed to succeed. So I ask you, ladies and gentlemen of the board, where is the public safety being built? Because the fact of the matter is, most of these men and women that are incarcerated inside TDCJ are one day going to be returned to our societies, right? So therefore, could you agree with me today that true rehabilitation needs to begin inside and not picked and chosen who and who does not receive rehabilitation? That being said, that puts us all at risk, doesn't it? I want our streets safe. I did the responsible thing as a parent and held my son accountable. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, what makes any of you think that I'm not going to hold you to the same standard I held my son to? My son lived in that system, and he also died in that system. My son was alive when he needed help. No one came. No one came. So when I stand here, I'm not speaking in theory. I'm speaking from true loss. Whew. Now I want to address something directly. Mr. Nichols, in federal court testimony was given regarding the recreation of documents, was it not? And I need clarity on that, sir. Because when documents are recreated, after the fact, it raises serious concerns about accuracy, transparency, and trust, sir.
And ma'am, if you would just wrap up your comments, we'd appreciate it.
So I ask you this, Mr. Nichols. What safeguards are in place to ensure that documentation is truthful and it is accountable and it's not subject to alteration? Because without transparency, there is no accountability. Without accountability, there's no public trust. My son's name is John Anthony Southerns. He was more than a number, and his death should stand for something more than silence. Ladies and gentlemen, public safety requires truth, rehabilitation, and accountability. Thank each and every one of you for your presence here today.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate it. Our next registered public speaker is Wolf Sittler. Mr. Sittler, if you would please join us at the podium. Thank you, sir, for being here. And when you're ready, please begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, members, Mr. Lumpkin. I'm honored to, first of all, I'd like to say thank you for putting the public comments near the beginning of the meeting.
You're welcome, sir.
I really appreciate that, and it kind of makes us feel better that we count. I'm honored to be a member of the new TDCJ initiative called the Impact Consortium. And I think what that does is it indicates an attitude on your part that you're really listening. And I've gotten the impression over the last 3 years that that has increased. And this consortium, it's like opening a door, inviting people outside the system to add our perspective to what you all are doing, because I think everyone here wants this agency to be the best that it can be. And so it's a historic move, and I think it will make a big difference moving forward. We're really in the beginning phases, so we can't really know much right now, but all I know is that there's a willingness on the part of the agency to include us out here. We've heard a lot about conditions of confinement, and I want to talk about the conditions of confinement for correctional officers. There's a guy in Southern Illinois University that recently released a report that said the average lifespan of correctional officers is 59. That's compared to general population lifespan of 75. Correctional officers have or experience PTSD in greater numbers than people in the military. There's problems with substance abuse, suicide, divorce, stuff like that. And there's a reason for that, because it's something that we need to really explore because it's tied into the officer vacancy rate. You know, this has been consistent for the last, I don't know, 10 years, around 25% on average, higher for some units, lower from other units, but that's affecting the quality of service that you can provide to the people you're responsible for. And so as I look at it, I think along with the Impact Consortium, there's more voices that can be heard to expand our understanding of what the problems are and how we can solve them. And so what I'm suggesting is that I've long been an advocate of information from as many sources as possible. So what I'm suggesting today is the creation of inmate advisory councils. This is not a new idea. Some other states have already done that. Virginia, Delaware, California, and other countries. And I think that would create a situation where we have all hands on deck, because we need as much information as we can get to make this agency all it can be.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sittler, for your thoughtful comments. And again, as I did with Ms. Toon, I want to thank you for your willingness to step up, because these opportunities to provide additional input outside of our board meetings, we can make those opportunities available, but we need people who have a genuine interest in improving the system to step up and participate in those efforts. So just as with Ms. Toon, I want to thank you for stepping up in that way, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you very much.
Our next registered speaker is Beth Bell. Ms. Bell, if you're here, if you would come join us. And again, you can come up and just come straight to the podium if that works. Thank you for being here as well. Whenever you're ready, please proceed.
Thank y'all for having me. Good morning. My name is Beth Bell. Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning, and thank you again for your time and consideration last year. So much has changed for the better since I stood before you 1 year ago. I was not only heard, but every concern I raised was taken seriously, identified, and fully resolved within 3 weeks. That experience gave me the structure and clarity I needed, and I have continued to build on that foundation ever since. The last time I came before the board, I was here because I felt like it was my last resort. Today, I'm here to express my gratitude for the changes that were made. Since I spoke, I was transferred to the Georgetown office and assigned a new parole officer that same day. I was approved for minimal supervision within 3 weeks. I've been treated with consistent respect and professionalism. Every time I go check in, I'm literally greeted personally by the office supervisor, and the most shocking thing that he does is he refers to me as Miss Bell. It's not, hey inmate, it's not Bell, it's Miss Bell. And that's such a big thing to me, and I know it's silly, but
it's not silly, but go ahead.
Yeah. Any questions or concerns I have, if I contact them, if they're not responded to that day, it's within 3 business days. One moment in particular really showed me what support looked like in action. At the end of last July, I mentally and emotionally hit a wall. During that time, I ended up being hospitalized for 8 days due to a suicide attempt. When I was released, I found out I had lost my job due to not calling in every day. They don't give you access to the phone, but it's cool. I was told by parole that when I got out, I needed to come check in. I was honestly kind of terrified to go tell them I lost my job, because I was expecting them to tell me, if you don't fix it, you're looking at a violation. But that's not what happened. When I came in, literally, Mr. Sandomingo greeted me, and I said, I lost my job. And he was like, oh, bummer. And he's like, let's get you a full list for second chance employers, and said, good luck. That moment really stuck with me because it showed me that I was being supported, not just supervised. I started showing up for myself after that. Since then, I have made it a priority to stay consistent, accountable, and focused on building a stable life, which has resulted in the following. I've maintained my sobriety. I was able to get a new job that I started at entry level. As of March 30th, I have stepped into a management role within that company. I have moved into a new house that better supports my stability and day-to-day needs. I have remained fully compliant with all parole requirements and in fact have completed every single one of those requirements except for my time. I'm just waiting for it to run out. I have continued working towards my financial goals. I've made it a priority to take care of my physical and mental health. Consistent chiropractic care has been a key part of helping me stay grounded, manage stress, and continue showing up as my best self each day. And most importantly, my oldest daughter started living with me a month and a half ago. I'm now living a life that I could only dream about while I was incarcerated. Whenever I was in changes, they asked us to write a letter to our future self, and I'm gonna read that for you. It says, never forget the noise, lack of privacy, lack of water at any given time, the disrespect from everyone, from the other inmates, and worst of all, the staff. Never forget the lack of competent medical care, and that one thing you can't depend on is that you can't depend on anyone. Everyone can and will leave you at any given time to be never heard from again. Stay focused on simply doing the next right thing. How can you be any kind of a good mother if you're stuck in here? Oh yes, and don't ever forget the heat and having to do laundry by hand. Best of luck, you can do this, love me. That letter was written by someone who was still trying to find her way. The woman standing here today is someone who was given the opportunity and support to follow through. There are people in this room and behind the scenes who have made that possible, and for that, I'd like to thank Ms. Jones. She was the first PO that I had that I've reached out to a couple times because she's responsive and she's awesome. Mr. Goodwin, who is my current PO, I was in the hospital, he worked with me and was so respectful, and he just showed, he was compassionate, and I didn't expect that. I would like to thank Ms. Nevedes because she, after that last meeting, pulled me aside personally and walked me through to make sure that I was successful. And then also Mr. Sanamingo, who is the office supervisor of the Georgetown location. He's just freaking amazing. I would also like to thank the board for creating a space where people can come forward, be heard, and actually see meaningful change. And to the people in my life who have supported my stability, well-being in ways that go beyond words, you've made more of a difference than you probably realize. I'm standing here today as living proof that when the system works the way it's supposed to, lives change. And I'm incredibly grateful to be one of those lives. I only have one question. Why am I still on parole?
Well, Ms. Bell, we need a round of applause, please. And for your bravery in coming here today and sharing your life experience again with us is a true testament to your character. You know, we started, I can't remember if it was about maybe a year, maybe 18 months ago, we started having a section of our board meeting dedicated to Parole Spotlight. And so you've actually given us another blessing here today because you've actually given us a second Parole Spotlight, but we may call you back at some point, and maybe with some of those great folks in the parole division that you've mentioned, to allow you to talk about your experience. But for today, we very much appreciate you being here, ma'am. Thank you.
Next time I show up, it's going to be because of execution of sentence date.
Okay, all right. Our next registered speaker is Mr. Scott Odierno of the Inside Books Project. Mr. Odierno, I saw you outside. I had a chance to say hi to you. If you want to come on up. Whenever you're ready, please proceed.
Good morning. Thanks for having this. Yes, my name is Scott Odierno. I'm with the Inside Books Project, and I'm here to represent Inside Books and 8 other prison book projects around the country that send tens of thousands of free books to people in TDCJ. We are addressing the recent book ban on hardcover and used softcover books in Texas prisons. Tens of thousands in Texas prisons have no access to books because unit libraries may be understaffed or closed. They do not have any support from family to buy books. Excuse me. No money because inmates are forced to work in TDCJ and not paid. 3,000 to 5,000 people are in solitary at any time in TDCJ with no library access. And tablets have a limited number of books available for free and cannot buy books on the tablets. Free prison book programs are a lifeline for tens of thousands of people in TDCJ that can get books no other way. We send about 30,000 free books to people in Texas prisons each year, and last year donated 30,000 more books to the Windham School District. Book projects are not individuals who may be sending books with contraband through Amazon. We have been working for decades with TDCJ to give free books to thousands of people each month and have a track record of compliance. And we have written a statement that we wanted to hand out to y'all if we're able to, and I can read the 5 points on our statement. One is to be allowed to continue to send nonfiction hardbacks such as textbooks, law books, technical and occupational books, which are often not available in paperback. To be allowed to send books in good condition purchased from public libraries, which may have library markings and labels. To be allowed to send magazines and publications where subscribers' addresses are marked out or cut out of the assurance for privacy, and as far as I know, those are no longer allowed as of 2 weeks ago. And to continue to send paperbacks in good condition with limited writing or highlighting, underlining in them. And our last point is to work with TDCJ to create a streamlined process for nonprofit organizations concerning the portal. The portal, as proposed, would put an overwhelming strain on our ability to do our work, including, and we would like to see if we can work out a way to include an identifying feature, marker code with every package, as opposed to entering every publication into the portal as a possible solution. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for being here. And also, I just want to point out, as I did with some of other speakers, that that it's not a situation where you just appear at a board meeting to present this information. You have been actively engaged with TDCJ management, and I participated in one of those calls to provide feedback and see if there are additional ways that the system can be improved to address the issue that obviously led to that policy change, while still allowing as much access as possible to the types of books that your organization has very graciously organized that effort to provide to members of the population. So again, thank you for being here, sir. We really appreciate it.
Right, and I would say that, yes, thank you also, and that, you know, we're not, we understand that there is a problem with contraband coming in through books, but that is not coming in through book projects. And we understand that if, you know, the security threat from individuals who are doing that, but we are not. We have a process where we check every single book we mail into TDCJ 2 to 3 times. And we've been doing this for 27 years, and we are interested in continuing to do it, but putting these restrictions on us really limits the access we have to literature that we can get to people.
Well, again, thanks for being here, and thanks for the ongoing dialogue.
Thank you. And can I give you the statement?
Of course. If you just give it to our folks over here, and then we'll make sure that each board member gets your materials. Thank you, sir. Our next registered speaker is Yancy Escobar Balderas. So, Ms. Escobar Balderas, if you would join us at the podium, please. And whenever you're ready, please begin.
Hello. Good morning, board.
Good morning.
It's nice to be here. Thank you for your time and your attention today. I traveled hours to be here to bring upon your attention on Saturday, April 11 at 5:30 p.m. as I was entering the Pulaski unit. As usual, all visitors are required to take off shoes, accessories, and jackets. As usual, I come to visit with this jacket on and a thick jacket over because it's very cold in there. This is what I was wearing that day. This is exactly what I was wearing. On top, I had a big thick, long jacket that I have in my car. I invite you to see the cameras, footage of every visitation, every Saturday, 5:30 p.m. Every Saturday this year, I always have this jacket and a coat. Last Saturday, a guard by the name of Carol said that my jacket and my coat was not enough and that I had to wear a big blue gown over my coat. I requested to speak to a duty warden because I felt harassed by this guard, Carol, who I felt was having a power trip or a personal feeling. Another issue is that a warden is almost never available or even there when I've requested to speak to a warden. I requested to speak to a supervisor, a guard by the name of Petty, who was there and saw everything. Asked Carol for her opinion if I could button up my jacket and go in. She said no, I had to wear the gown. Okay, so I put it on. I proceeded to my visit. Ms. Moore took my visitation slip. I requested the name of the guard, Carol. Ms. Moore was very nice and she told me she would get it. A supervisor, Holmes, came to me. I told her what the issue was, and she told me that she would look up the rules of dress code. The dress code should be available, visible, and clear for all visitors at the entrance, and not pick and choose what it is and how does it apply differently all the time, because I've gone to end before with this outfit. Instead of harassing family members, they should focus on fixing the body scanner at the entrance, making sure that the food machines are not broken, empty, and dirty, making sure that loved ones are out at the visitation room on time and don't have family members who travel hours waiting for them to come. And also allow us the full 2 hours. It's not our fault that the guards come in at the same time that we come in and take away our time. And thank you so much for your time, attention.
Well, thank you so much for being here and expressing this, and we will certainly, now that you've raised it, we're certainly going to look into this matter, your specific matter, and get back to you. And also, as you may know, we're going through a website transition. I think we've announced that at prior meetings for TDCJ. And so I can tell you that I believe it will be the case, but we'll make sure that the dress policy is made available on the website in a place that is readily accessible, to your point, to make sure that everyone knows kind of the rules of the road there as well. But thank you so much for traveling. I know you traveled a ways to get here. So
Yes,
thank you for doing that, and thank you for being here.
Thank you. One more thing, lastly.
Sure.
Because it also applies, it's been raining lately, and 2 weekends ago, I was told I couldn't bring my umbrella, which, you know, if Pulaski has the main entrance and then the open area.
Right.
3 weekends back, it was raining. I didn't bring my umbrella. We all got wet. But 2 weeks ago, they told me we can't bring in umbrellas. That's how people get sick, and especially if we're wet and we're going into a cold room, just keep that in consideration.
Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you. And again, thanks to everyone who made that trip and travel to be here, and obviously you are welcome to be here for the rest of our board meeting here today. The next agenda item on our meeting today covers the consent items as posted on the board's agenda. For the consent items, we have an excused absence from the February 20th, 2026 meeting for General Bill Welch. Are there any other amendments, objections, or abstentions to the proposed consent items? Hearing none, the consent items posted for this meeting's agenda will stand approved. The next item on our board's agenda, and we had a good preview on this, didn't we, just a minute ago, is our TDCJ Parole Division Spotlight. I've already said this, but just to make sure everybody's aware, this item on our agenda is intended to highlight examples, one of which we've already been privileged to hear about today, of how the agency's parole officers are out there every day making our Texas community safer through supervision and support of those released from TDCJ facilities to parole. We're going to invite back to the podium our parole director, Monica De Velasco, and Ms. De Velasco, I understand you're going to be introducing parole officer Ms. Victoria Rodriguez. So when you all are ready to join us. Oh, okay.
She went to visit with Miss Bell.
Oh, good.
She's come back in.
Well, that's time well spent right there. So, but appreciate your coming back. We're in good shape. Just take your time whenever you're ready. No, I think I heard from the audience that you were doing something which you very much should have done, which is to spend a little time visiting with Miss Bell. So, but we understand that today, at this point, you're going to introduce Parole Officer Victoria Rodriguez. So please proceed.
Absolutely. So again, good morning again, Chairman Nichols and Mr. Lumpkin, members of the board. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to share a little bit about this amazing parole officer that we have here with us today and their client, Victoria Rodriguez, who is currently assigned also to the Georgetown District Parole Office. Officer Rodriguez began her career with the Parole Division in 2023. So in this short time, she's already set a standard of creating pathways for successful supervision for her clients. Sorry, I was running. At a young age, she knew she had a strong passion for helping others, which initially led her to pursue her degree in criminal justice through obviously some support with her own grandfather, who was a El Paso police officer, and also through some support and guidance through a former federal probation officer who happened to be her professor in college. That pretty much led her into a mindset of helping others and community service, and she jumped right on into wanting to be engaged in the public service community. So choosing that similar path of public service is how she began her career as a parole officer in the Georgetown District Parole Office. She currently supervises the electronic monitoring and superintensive supervision caseloads, and Ms. Rodriguez has greatly valued the opportunity, or she is a great value and presents opportunities to witness the growth, positive change, and success for her clients as they transition from more of a highly structured supervision type to increased stability in their independence. Her commitment to supporting clients through these critical stages reflects her dedication to public service and community safety. And so please join me in welcoming her and allowing her to say a few words about her client.
Ms. Rodriguez, thank you for joining us, and we look forward to hearing about your work, and I think we're going to be hearing about a particular success story today. Yes. So when you're ready, please begin.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It is a privilege and honor to be here today. I would like to acknowledge all of the board members, Chairman Mr. Nichols, Executive Director Mr. Lumpkin, and Ms. De Velasco with the Parole Division. My name is Victoria Rodriguez, and I serve as a parole officer with the Georgetown District Parole Office. I initially supervised a regular caseload and later received training in the electronic monitoring and superintensive supervision program, allowing me to work with the specialized population. This work brings unique challenges, but it also provides some of the greatest opportunities to witness personal growth and positive change. Every day, I see individuals striving to rebuild their lives. These experiences reinforce the core mission of the Parole Division, promoting public safety while supporting successful reintegration. Our work is not only about supervision, it is about accountability, guidance, and ensuring individuals have the opportunity to move forward with dignity and the tools to succeed. Serving in the Parole Division has strengthened my empathy, broadened my perspective, and deepened my commitment to public service. I am proud to contribute to a mission that prioritizes safer communities and meaningful second chances. At this time, I would like to introduce one of our clients who has demonstrated exceptional progress while under supervision. She encountered and overcame many obstacles since her release. Her commitment to overcome and achieve all her personal goals significantly impacted my approach to successfully supervise clients on my caseload. Her will and determination to change reflects the resilience, effort, and potential we see across the parole division. Her story is a reminder of why the work we do matters and the impact effective supervision can have on successful reintegration. Please let me introduce you to Marlena Adams.
Ms. Adams, thank you so much for stepping forward and being with us here today. So whenever you're ready, please proceed.
My name is Marlena Adams, and I would like to begin by expressing my gratitude to the board members, as well as Chairman Mr. Nichols, Mr. Lumpkin, and Ms. Del Vasco. Today, I would like to highlight the profound impact that your agency's rehabilitative programs and reentry initiatives are having on the lives of individuals you supervise. Your work is not simply about enforcing conditions or ensuring compliance. It is about transforming cycles of harm into pathways of healing, accountability, and long-term success. Few stories illustrate this more clearly than my journey. I was sentenced on October 13th, 2016, and spent 7 years at the Mountain View unit in Gatesville. When I entered the system, my education attainment ended at the 10th grade level, but my time in the unit became my turning point. I earned my GED in 2019 and committed myself to personal development. I worked as a proofreader and also pursued vocational training in graphic design, braille typing. I completed on-the-job training in media systems, literacy, and tactile media programs designed to build both skills and confidence, laying a foundation for success far beyond the unit walls. I was successfully released on parole on November 6, 2023, with a life sentence. Yet what defines me today is not my sentence, but my determination. I successfully completed the Phase 1 and Phase 2 requirements of the substance abuse caseload. In addition, I went on to fulfill the electronic monitoring requirements ahead of schedule. Throughout this period, I secured and maintained full-time employment, beginning with my family's landscaping business and later transitioning into the healthcare field. On February 20th, 2026, I proudly earned my certified nurse aide license in the state of Texas. This is a remarkable achievement for anyone and an extraordinary milestone for a person rebuilding her life after incarceration. Equally important, I continue to remain fully compliant with all parole stipulations. I have maintained my sobriety, attended Narcotics Anonymous monthly, and continue to prioritize my recovery. My efforts have allowed me to reconnect with my 3 children, including a daughter currently serving in the United States Army as a chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear specialist. I focus on rebuilding trust, restoring relationships, and reclaiming my place with my family and my community. All of the encountered education, vocational training programs, and treatment services allowed me to successfully get through the structured phases of supervision. These were the stepping stones that allowed me to return to my community with dignity and purpose, and it provided me the tools to succeed. Every moment I've encountered with dedicated parole officers, along with the unwavering support of my family, has paved the road to my success. Their collaborative guidance, encouragement, and belief in my potential have helped shape the path that I walk today. My story is not an exception. It is the result of what is possible when evidence-based programming, consistent supervision, and individual determination come together. My journey is a testament to the power of rehabilitation. It emphasizes the value of programs and hope to guide transformation. When we support transformation inside the unit, we increase success on parole. And when we succeed on parole, our communities grow safer and more connected. Thank you for your time today, and this has been a sincere honor to share my progress with everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Adams.
Thank you.
And thank you specifically for your bravery, not only in your journey, but also in stepping forward and sharing that journey with others today. And to both you and Ms. Rodriguez, and I'll open it up for other comments from other board members. You know, a couple things to underline in your comments. Number one, you both mentioned the fact that the work that is done through the parole system, through the supervision system, through the rehabilitation system, promotes public safety, and I think that message sometimes gets lost a little bit. Right. So I think I think the fact that you all emphasize that is very important. And then just from the professional side, Ms. Rodriguez, it's like whenever we see it, and I know Mr. Garza will back me up on this from the recent trip down to the Harlingen District Office, when we talk to the professionals who are working within the parole division, the tremendous opportunity that you have to have a job where each and every day you're getting that job satisfaction because you know you're making a difference in the lives of our community. So those are my comments. Any other thoughts or comments? Pastor Sprinkle?
So great to hear your story. And what's encouraging to me is that it highlights that the agency makes so many things available for those to be rehabilitated, but it also highlights that the will and the work has to be put in by the individual. So it just so encouraging for us as a board to hear, and thank you for coming to share in that today.
Thank you for having me.
Any other comments? If not, thank you all both so much, all of you, for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next agenda item is discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 163.38, entitled Sex Offender Supervision. TDCJ's General Counsel, Ms. Stephanie Greger, will be presenting today. Ms. Greger, you're at the podium. When you're ready, please proceed.
Good morning, Chairman, members, and Mr. Lumpkin. This is a proposed amendment to Board Rule 163.38 titled Sex Offender Supervision. The amendment will update statutory references, add language to include applicable grant conditions, update formatting, and edit for clarity and grammar. This amendment will be posted in the Texas Register and available for public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Greger. Are there any questions from the board on this particular item? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, you do have a motion. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve for publication in the Texas Register the proposed amendments to the Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 163.38, Sex Offender Supervision, to receive public comment as presented.
Thank you. I have a motion from Vice Chair Judge Faith Johnson. Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion from Judge Johnson. I have a second from Board Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Our next agenda item is discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 195.81, entitled Temporary Housing Assistance Program. Ms. Greger, if you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you. This proposed amendment, as you mentioned, is to Board Rule 195.81, Temporary Housing Assistance Program. These amendments will replace offender with parole client throughout, and gender with sex as necessary. The amendments will also update address information, update formatting, and finally provide edits for clarity and grammar. The amendments will be posted in the Texas Register and available for public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Greger. Any questions on this item from any member of the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve for publication in the Texas Register the proposed amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 195.81, Temporary Housing Assistance Program, to receive public comment as presented.
Thank you. I have a motion from Board Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow. Do I have a second? I have a motion from Dr. Burrow. I have a second from Ms. Zeiker. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Their next agenda item is discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding adoption of amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 151.52, entitled Sick Leave Pool. Ms. Greger, if you're ready, please proceed.
This item proposes the adoption of amendments to the rule regarding the sick leave pool. The amendments made minor grammatical updates. They were posted in the Texas Register on January 9th, 2026, and no public comments were received.
Thank you, Ms. Greger. Are there any questions on this item? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do have a motion. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice adopt amendments to Board Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 151.52, Sick Leave Pool, as published in the Texas Register, and that the chairman sign the order to this effect.
Thank you. I have a motion from Ambassador Siv. Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion from Ambassador Siv. I have a second from Judge Johnson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The next agenda item is discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed adoption of amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 153.53, entitled Family Leave Pool. Please continue, Ms. Greger.
This item addresses the proposed amendments to Board Rule 151.53, titled Family Leave Pool. The amendments also make minor grammatical updates. They were posted in the January 9th, 2026 issue of the Texas Register, and no public comments were received.
Thank you, Ms. Greger. Any questions from the board on this item? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Chairman. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice adopt amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 151.53, Family Leave Pool, as published in the Texas Register, and that the chairman sign the order to this effect.
Thank you. I have a motion from Ms. Zeiker. Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion from Ms. Zeiker. I have a second from Dr. Burrow. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The next item on our agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding purchases and contracts over $1 million. TDCJ Chief Financial Officer Ron Steffa will be presenting on this item today. Members of the board, I don't ordinarily vote unless it is to break a tie. However, my firm represents entities included in the purchases and contracts over $1 million. Therefore, I will not be taking any action today on the purchases and contracts over $1 million. With that, Mr. Steffa, if you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you, and good morning, Chairman Nichols, board members, Mr. Lumpkin. I'll be bringing 20 purchases before you today for your consideration and approval. They can be found on pages 39 through 40 behind tab G of your booklet. Item 1 is an increase to the fiscal year 24-25 Texas Council on Offenders with mental or medical impairments contract for case management and continuity of care with Tarrant County. Item number 2 is an increase to the fiscal year 24-25 Takumi contract for case management and continuity of care, Liberty, Montgomery, and Walker counties. Item 3 is an increase to the calendar year 26 through 30 contract we brought before you last October. This change would add calendar year 2031 as an additional year of service to this contract. Item 4 is an increase to the fiscal year 26 contract for gray sheeting used to produce inmate sheets and undergarments. Item 5 is an increase to the fiscal year 26 aluminum sign blanks due to increased utilization. Item 6 is a fiscal year 27 contract for aluminum sign blanks for the manufacturing of highway signs. Item number 7 is a fiscal year 27 contract for soap-based tallow used in the production of soap. Item 8 is a fiscal year 27 contract for license plate material for the manufacturing of license plates. Item 9 is a fiscal year 27 contract for reflective sheeting for the manufacturing of highway signs. Item 10 is a fiscal year 27 contract for sodium tripolyphosphate to be used in the production of janitorial and laundry products. Item 11 is a fiscal year 27 contract for corrugated cardboard sheets for the manufacturing of boxes at the Polonsky Box Factory. Item 12 is a fiscal year 27 contract for renewal for bulk fuel for agency use. Item 13 is a fiscal year 27 contract for isolated soy protein used to produce meat products for inmate consumption. Item 14 is a fiscal year 27 contract for pork trimmings used to produce meat products for inmate consumption. Item 15 is a fiscal year 27 contract for beef trimmings to produce meat products for inmate consumption. Item 16 is a fiscal year 27 contract for cans and lids used at the Terrell Unit Cannery. Item 17 is a fiscal year 27 through 31 contract for copier equipment. Item 18 is a fiscal year 27 contract renewal for modular office furniture and parts and components. Item 19 is a fiscal year 27 contract renewal for John Deere tractor parts to provide maintenance and repair of TDCJ farm equipment. And item 20 is a fiscal year 27 contract renewal for tractor rentals for agricultural use. And that concludes the purchases, and pause for any questions.
I just have one quick question on the item that's in a lot of people's mind in terms of fuel and fuel prices. On item number 12, that is listed as being the procurement type is open market blanket. Would you just help educate us about, again, about what that type of procurement involves?
Sure. This is a contract for next fiscal year. An open market blanket is a contract in which you have a set quantity that you can order throughout the year as you need to order that amount. So it gives them an estimated quantity, and it sets up the blanket for a full year usage. And then as the agency has need to order from or pull off of that blanket, we can order the fuel for delivery as needed throughout the year.
From multiple vendors?
From multiple vendors, yes. It would go out competitively for award, and that award may be made to one or more vendors depending upon the bids received.
All right. Any other questions or comments from the board? I see Ms. Zeicher has her mic on.
I have a question on item 17. Will you explain an AIS?
Automated information system, it's a type of procurement for, and copier machines fall under the automated information system category.
I think that General Welch, I think you've got your mic on. Do you have a question, or are you ready to?
I'm ready to make a motion.
All right, well then, do I have a motion?
Yes, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the purchases and contracts over $1 million as presented.
I have a motion from General Welch. Do I have a second? I have a motion from General Welch. I have a second from Pastor Sprinkle. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Please let the record show that I abstained from voting on the purchases and contracts over $1 million. The next item on our agenda also involves Mr. Steffa. It's the discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding capital authority transfer requests. Mr. Steffa, you may proceed.
Thank you. Per the General Appropriations Act, Article 9, Section 1403, I am bringing 3 requests for your approval to submit the request for capital budget transfers to the Legislative Budget Board and the Governor's Office. These requests can be found on pages 41 through 44 behind tab H of your booklet. The first request would transfer funds from the data center capital budget to the capital budget for acquisition of information resource technologies, as an application will no longer fall within the scope of the data center contract. The second request would transfer funds from the capital budget to the agency's regular appropriation. The capital budget authority was provided through the appropriations process, but not the funding. Given that this would have been a new application, we're requesting to return the funds to Strategy C11 from which they were taken to fund correctional salaries and overtime. The third request would transfer capital funding remaining in fiscal years 24 and 25 to agency base appropriations and provide additional capital authority for the 26-27 biennium. Now, pause for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Steffa. Are there any questions on this item from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I do have a motion that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the capital authority transfer request as presented.
I have a motion from Mr. Fordyce. Do I have a second? I have a motion from Mr. Fordyce. I have a second from Judge Johnson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Steffa. It is now time on our agenda for the chairman's report. I have 2 items on my report for April, which is always a very busy month, as they all are, it seems, for those working in the criminal justice system. First, National Crime Victims' Rights Week takes place from April 19th to the 25th of 2026. This will be the 45th year of our nation, with a week dedicated to recognizing the impact of crime, honoring survivors, and renewing commitment to victims' rights and services. This year's theme for the week is Listen, Act, Advocate, Protect Victims, Serve Communities. There will be services and ceremonies held throughout the country during National Crime Victims' Rights Week, including here in Texas. For example, next Thursday, April 23rd, the TDCJ Victim Services Division will host their 4th annual commemorative ceremony at the Texas Prison Museum in Huntsville. I'm planning to be there, and I know other members of our board will also make every effort to attend to recognize victims of crime and those who support victims of crime, as well as to raise awareness of resources available to victims of crime in our state. We recognize that assisting victims of crime is one of the mandates under law for the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, and it's a mandate that TDCJ takes on willingly and forcefully, and we as a board have and will continue to do everything we can to help TDCJ meet that mission. And we as a board would also ask members of the public to be inspired to support victims of crime and their families at all times, but especially during this upcoming week of reflection and recognition and support. And so at this point, Ms. Zeicher, as a professional who works closely with victims of crime, would you care to add your thoughts on this upcoming week?
I would. This is an incredible week across our nation, and it's one that I look forward to on one hand because we get to recognize so many people who have either lost loved ones or gone through tremendous hardship of their own. But in Texas, I'm really proud of the way that we celebrate this and within the agency. If you haven't attended our ceremony before, we invite you to do so. It's beautifully done by our Victim Services Division. And I think that it is a great representation of the heart of our mission at TDCJ. Our mission is to promote public safety, and in doing so, that is to reduce victimization across the board in everything that we do, in rehabilitation, in the way that we care for victims. And so I'm really excited for our ceremony. I hope that you will come, you will hear from victims themselves and from our team and me. So please come, and if you can't come, please just take a moment, 5 minutes even this week, to think about how you can recognize victims. Everyone knows a victim of some sort.
Thank you, Ms. Zeicher. As the second part of this month's chairman's report, I would also like to point out that April is also National Second Chance Month. This is a time also to recognize the importance, as a matter of public safety, of providing formerly incarcerated individuals with opportunities to successfully reintegrate into society. You hear TDCJ management say repeatedly, and I think one of our public speakers here today didn't mention the number, but the idea that 95% of the population committed to TDCJ for a term of incarceration will one day be engaged in that reintegration into society. Each and every day, staff and volunteers with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice and the Windham School District support those incarcerated and formerly incarcerated on their reentry journey by providing essential education, workforce training, life skills programs, and treatment opportunities. And here with us to provide an update on National Second Chance Month is the Director of TDCJ's Rehabilitation and Reentry Division, Ms. April Zamora. So whenever you're ready, Ms. Zamora, please proceed.
One more.
I'm trying technology for the first time and not paper, so we may fail today. Well, thank you, Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Lumpkin, and welcome, Mr. Garza, as a Valley native and alumni of your university. I'm going to ask you Bronx or Vaqueros off to the side one day, because that fight's still on down there, huh? So, but I welcome you and look forward to greeting you and walking around with you and seeing what we've got in common. So, National Second Chance Month, what we chose was the theme, Building Blocks of Life. Successful reentry is built on 9 pillars of just that. We combined to create the foundation for lasting change, and the 9 pillars are identification, health and mental health care, substance use and rehabilitation, veteran services, peer supports and family reunification, employment and workforce, food, clothing and housing, transportation, educational, and vocational. If you notice, that would encompass every single division of our grand agency. You have absolutely joined a board of people that supports every single one of our divisions. The challenge that we set out originally was we were going to build a Lego and figure out how every division could be part of it. And then we had some folks as we were walking the units when we initially said it, and they were like, well, we want to be part of it too. So how do you leave out units that want to be part of something? So then we came up with the even bigger challenge, block by block, piece by piece, and it became the block of life. We then incorporated a new statewide creative project to engage facilities and departments from across the state. The project, titled Block by Block, From Pieces to Purposes, challenges each TDCJ unit and support division to create at least one 12 by 12 quilt block that reflects their contributions to reentry success. We asked each quilt block to incorporate one or more piece of the 9 pillars we just mentioned of reentry success that align most with their unit or division. Additionally, we asked each participant to include a written statement pledging their strength and pillar to reentry success. Once all the blocks are submitted, we will sew them together into a tapestry symbolizing our unity, commitment, and shared purpose to providing public safety through successful rehabilitation and reintegration to encourage creativity and friendly competition. A panel of judges will select a winner for the best quilt block, and yes, we did create Lego awards. So I handed them to Mr. Guerrero, but we did already get some, just so you know. I love that business and finance was the first as the money makers.
And just for the record, is that a piggy bank I see on there?
It is a piggy bank, and there are coins that come out of the top.
All right.
We have governmental affairs. I love the pieces, and I'll just grab a few. Hutchins was our first unit that came in.
Fantastic.
And this will be the pillar that we have not completed, but if you notice, there are 9 pillars that will sit at the seat of our quilt. So that's just a quick glimpse of where we are. So, slide 6. Another way we are celebrating is hosting events across the state. RRD not only collaborated with the units, transitional centers, our external partners, but also with Windham as we bring these events and bringing the building blocks of life to our reentry world across the state. We held reentry expos at Lopez, Plain, Bartlett, Sanchez, Clements, O'Daniel, Dominguez, as well as in the Austin, Dallas, El Paso, Beaumont, and South Texas Transitional Center by the end of the month. These expo offer resources tied to employment, housing, treatment, and community reintegration. On the female units, we've already held the first of 3 Built to Rise events. They include multiple interactive solutions focused on planning, decision-making, and essential reentry skills. Hosted on 2 female units and looking at our 3rd by the end of the month, it will be targeted at women with 6 months within release, with a goal of increasing participant awareness, engagement, and practical readiness for reintegration into the community. Building success events challenge the inmate population to build structures using donated materials that represent what their community and their reentry means to them. In support of our partnership with the Texas Restaurant Foundation, we did multiple days beginning of the month that were dedicated to filming content for their Second Chance curriculum. And finally, as we wrap up next Saturday, the Daddy-Daughter Dance, that's something we have all been planning together, has been a true collaboration between multiple agency divisions, the Windham School District, and Prison Fellowship. This is going to be held at the Wainwright Unit next week. This special event highlights one of the most important elements of reentry success, and that is family reunification. Often those incarcerated miss important milestones of their children's life, such as school dances. This event provides both incarcerated dad and the daughter that he loves so much with a chance to rebuild their relationship. And with that, I want to say this is when it all clicks together. This year's theme reinforces the idea of transformation happening. Gradually, through our collaborated effort, I want to say we are now at 1,900 employers. A 2-month-long endeavor of trying to get more employers where we started at 1,200, we now have commitments to 1,900. Through the 9 hiring events throughout the month, 4 have already been held, and we had 317 attend. We have 225 applications pending with 152 interviews that we will be doing throughout the rest of the month for just those 4 job fairs. We had 21 employers that have attended just those 4 with 5 more to go. That's exciting to me. But I'm going to tell you I couldn't do it without the wardens and the administrators at our RRCs, the partners standing behind me, and we also had strong support from our contractors, our advocacy organizations that have been pitching in for Daddy-Daughter Dance, Texas Restaurant Association that donated all the dresses for the young ladies. And I will close with the words of Vincent Van Gogh. Great things are done by a series of small things. And I will tell you the last thing that is really cool to me. There are a lot of people out there that support the things that you do as a board, and one of the things that you did over the past year was the Bartlett Innovation Support. So you all have in front of you Master Builder certificates. As we did this Lego theme, you are now Master Builders. Mr. Lumpkin, this is your first reentry month, so you have the hard hat. We have one for Mr. Hudson and Mr. Clark. But you also have a coaster that the gentlemen that are the unit artists at the Bartlett Innovation Unit have made for you, because they do believe that you supported an endeavor that is near and dear to their heart. So those coasters are a collaborative effort. Reentry, the unit artist and Warden Larson have sent to you on behalf of your support of Reentry Month. So once again, I thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Zamora. And I just want to underline a number, because it does speak volumes to the fact, as you said, that this is not a mission that can be achieved by any one person. And so let me make sure I understand. You're saying we now have 1,900 employers across the state of Texas?
Yes, sir.
Who are willing to step up and give members of the population who are making the transition back to the world outside the fences, give them a second chance with employment.
Yes, sir.
All right, that's remarkable. Any other thoughts or comments from the board on either Ms. Zamora's presentation or on National Crime Victims' Rights Week? Mr. Lumpkin?
Thank you, Chairman. Just thank you, April, and thank you, Chairman Nichols and Board, for presenting on these 2 important observance periods during this month. And even though they're observance periods and of course cornerstones to our core mission, and we observe them in April, but we live those year-round. And I know y'all know that, but I just want to echo that for all the hard work from the staff that make that happen. Do want to note on the daddy-daughter dance, also thank you to Ms. Acker for your involvement in the coordination and planning, and we're very excited to get that off the ground in a little over a week. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkin. And thank you, April, and your team for all that you've done. And I've had the privilege of being on several meetings, even with communication. So Amanda and your team, thank you so much. It's going to be a fantastic event. I'm really looking forward to it, and I'm been really blown away by the support that we've gotten from our community partners. I think it would not have been what it will be without them, and I think we're all going to be a little misty-eyed next week. So,
I would agree.
The only other observation I'll make is that there've been other similar events that are being undertaken in correctional systems across the country. So this seems to be even more of a national movement in recognition of the importance of the bond that you address. So thank you very much for your efforts on that.
Yes,
Anything else? If not, thank you so much for your presentation
Thank
here
you.
today.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda will be a report from TDCJ Executive Director, Mr. Lumpkin. If you are ready, I understand you have 3 topics to address today.
I do. Thank you, Chairman Nichols. Board members, thank you again for this morning. And the 3 things I have this morning, first one I want to talk about was talked a little bit by Mr. Sittler here earlier, but I want to expand more on the Impact Consortium that has just started with the agency with an inaugural meeting earlier this month. Impact, which stands for Inmate Management Partnership for Accountability, Collaboration, and Transparency. The Texas Department of Criminal Justice is the largest state correctional department in the country. As an agency, we supervise more than 140,000 individuals incarcerated and 75,000 individuals on parole. Combined, that's more than 215,000 individuals, plus their loved ones directly impacted by the policies established by TDCJ. I can confidently say that every single individual in this room, whether that be board members, agency staff, advocates, or loved ones, wants the best for those in our care. Now, we may not always agree on the way we get there, but ultimately, we are all on the same side, the side of safety and rehabilitation. That's why I'm excited to expand more on the pilot of the new advisory board that brings together individuals from TDCJ and advocacy organizations to develop recommendations and feedback for agency leadership to consider. The Impact Consortium consists of 7 members, one representative each from the Office of Family Services, the Office of the Independent Ombudsman, the Chief of Staff, and the Correctional Institutions Division, as well as 1 at-large member and 2 members from advocate organizations who were voted on by their peers. The selected representatives will serve for 6 months, and then 2 new representatives will serve 6 months following, and then it will follow suit after that. You'll see on the next slide, members of the first group met here recently at the Prison Museum in Huntsville and consist of the following individuals from TDCJ. Chief of Staff Rochelle White, Communications Director Dr. Amanda Hernandez, Correctional Institutions Deputy Division Director Ellie Townsend, and Office of Family Services Manager Brittany Skanes. The Texas Board of Criminal Justice Office of Independent Ombudsman is represented by Deputy Division Director Susan Gunnels, and additionally, the 2 advocate members are Justin Martinez with Latino Justice and Wolf Sittler with Advocate for Social Purpose Corrections. At their first meeting, the consortium reviewed and prioritized public suggestions. Members are currently gathering stakeholder feedback to finalize a selection of topics for in-depth development and recommendations. All 7 of our members are here today, and I'd like you to all stand, please, and be recognized. Wolf and Justin. Thank you again, and we've got a visit on the first day of orientation, but thank you for taking the time to serve on this advisory committee. And just like I mentioned during the orientation, it's not April and August that we just want to hear from advocacy groups and loved ones. We want to hear 365 days a year. and with full transparency. And I've said that since I came in, I truly mean that. And so thank you for being part of this, and thank you for the team that has put this together. We look forward to hearing about future meetings. I know when we have one already scheduled coming up, and seeing the recommendations coming from that, and confident will greatly improve our agencies and those within the system. So thank you again. Next topic is the 250th anniversary celebration. So you'll see here on the screen the headquarters building, and then an example of some of our flags that are being flown across the system right now for the 250th anniversary of the USA this year. Texas Department of Criminal Justice joins the state of Texas and the country in celebrating 250 years of American independence. Texas is celebrating throughout 2026 with a wide array of statewide events, exhibitions, and educational activities. These initiatives focus on Texas' unique role in American history, ranging from a 50th annual South County 4th of July Parade, American 250, in the Woodlands, to the Wichita Falls Museum of Art exploring how print culture shaped the Revolution, and many more events across the state. I believe you'll hear more during the Windham School Board of Trustees meeting about the American 250 initiative and our partnership with Windham to recognize this anniversary through educational opportunities, events, and awareness campaigns. Each of our units has painted the multiple American 250 logos, you see again on the next slide, at their facilities. Additionally, staff are permitted, the ones that wear insignias for their supervisory rank can paint those red, white, and blue. And then we have flags displayed at a number of not only of our facilities across the state, but offices, some of our offices as well. Other initiatives include weekly messaging, digital signage, unit events, and content published to the inmate tablets. And again, I think you'll hear more during the Board of Trustees meeting. So thank you for the initiative, of course, driven by the board, by Ambassador Siv, and we look forward to continued celebrations throughout the year. Lastly, I want to talk about National Correctional Officers Week, which is coming up. As we do not have a board meeting in May, I want to acknowledge May 3rd through the 9th as National Correctional Officers and Employees Week. During this week, we recognize the thousands of men and women across our state who work tirelessly to ensure the safety and security of our facilities and the public. Units across the state will host events to recognize our dedicated corrections professionals. These individuals are the unsung heroes of our communities and a key to the backbone of our agency. National Corrections Officer Week is also a time to remember those lost in the line of duty. The agency will host its annual Fallen Officer Memorial in Huntsville at the Texas Prison Museum on May 8th at 10:30 a.m. We will never forget their sacrifice and will carry their legacy forward. Thank you, Chairman. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkin. Just one quick question, and then I know Ambassador Siv is going to want to give some comments on the America 250 effort. When we see those murals and things that are actually in the interior of the units that are celebrating this amazing anniversary, who's putting those symbols on the wall?
It's not me. It's absolutely, we have just the skill level of our unit artists across the state. That's not a decal, that's not a stencil they copy over. They do amazing work. You see it on a number of our facilities and even in our flooring across the system. So it's our unit artists that make that happen, in the many murals that some families here in the room see during visitation, during your visitation time as you come into the facility, and other things you see on the wall is all part of our unit artists and the men and women that are in our care with the agency.
So in other words, we're not bringing in commissioned artists to come do this. We are involving very talented members of our population?
Yes, absolutely, and that are great artists.
Okay. Ambassador Siv, I'm sure you've got a comment you'd like to make on the America 250, and thank you, sir, for your leadership and making sure that the agency is recognizing this
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll have more to say at the next presentation with Windham, but I want to point out that this reflects the enormous talents that TDCJ has behind behind the bar. The one thing that I enjoy most during my visit to all the various units here is the incredible artwork that they produce, and I always enjoy. I want to meet the artists and so on and so on. It's interesting that you mentioned this is not acrylic, right? This is a really human artwork, and congratulations to these efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you, Ambassador Siv. Any other thoughts or comments on the Executive Director report? If not, we will next move to a report from, hold on. We're going to move to a report from TDCJ's IT Director, Ms. Tina Clark, who will be presenting a status update on information technology initiatives. Ms. Clark, I see you at the podium, so when you're ready, please begin.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Chairman Nichols, board members, and Mr. Lumpkin. I am presenting the status of a few of ITD's highest priority projects. The first project, the Technology Enhanced Inmate Count, is in the execution phase. Site visits with potential vendors were conducted at the Estelle unit on February 17th, and their offers were due on March 4th. The award was made on March 18th, 2026 to NWN in the amount of $258,729.90 for the wireless network component. Additional procurements of handheld scanners and tablets are in progress. The project is on track to be completed in July of 2026. The second project, Inmate Banking, is currently in the execution phase and has achieved 43% completion, with $364,000 expended from the allocated budgets to date. Following thorough strategic planning and a detailed evaluation of the fiscal year-end impact on business activities, the project's go-live date has been rescheduled from August of 2026 to September of 2026. That project, they're currently working on implementation and integration plans, as well as equipment deployment to the parole offices. The third initiative, the Centralized Accounting and Payroll System, CAPS, remains in the execution stage and has reached 71% completion. The team is in the 6th week of the user acceptance testing, with payroll processing being tested this week. Although the project is classified as high risk, it remains on schedule for the planned go-live date of July 13th, 2026. Item number 4 reflects a notable update from prior reports. After comprehensive evaluation, the agency has resolved to combine the broadband connectivity and video surveillance projects into a unified solicitation and initiative. This decision is driven by similarities in technology and vendors across both projects. It aims to achieve cost savings and enhance operational efficiency. The pre-solicitation phase remains underway and is anticipated completion date adjusted from April 2026 to May 2026 because of this strategic change. The contract award is now scheduled for December 2026, and the overall project completion date continues to be projected for August of 2028. The fifth project, Corrections Information Technology Systems, SITS 2.0, is moving forward with the Offender Management System software solicitation being in the procurement evaluation phase. The new completion date of this phase is August of 2026. The program and project management contract for this project was awarded to Gartner on March 18th in the amount of $6,379,526. The sixth initiative, the Office of the Inspector General's Crime Management System solicitation, has been submitted to the contract advisory team at the Comptroller's Office and is currently under review. The solicitation is now expected to be issued in May, and anticipated contract execution date set for August of 2026. The seventh project, the Learning Management System, remains in the pre-solicitation phase with a completion date for that phase to be April 2026. The projected contract execution date has changed from September to October 2026. That concludes my updates, and stand by for your questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Clark, for that comprehensive report. Just a couple of questions, and then I'll open it up to the other board members. With respect to Project 1, am I, two things. First of all, am I hearing that project, that pilot project is coming in under budget?
Yes, sir, at this time it is.
And looks like it's maybe significantly under budget.
Yes, sir.
We certainly appreciate that as a board. And then in terms of its completion, assuming that everything goes on the schedule that you're anticipating, will that count modernization process be in full operation throughout the entirety of the Estelle unit?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And so just a word to our stakeholders and those who are interested in monitoring the progress would have the opportunity to hear about, or in certain circumstances even see that process in action.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And any other thoughts or questions from the board on any of these IT projects? If not, thank you very much, Ms. Clark, for your ongoing, keeping us up to date on where we are on these very, very important information technology projects.
Yes, sir, and thank you.
The next agenda item is a presentation on chaplaincy. I would now like to recognize Mr. Chris Carter, who is the Director of Chaplaincy and Volunteer Services Division of TDCJ, to begin our presentation, or to provide our presentation here today. Mr. Carter, I see you approaching the podium, sir, so good morning to you, and whenever you're ready, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Johnson, Pastor Sprinkle, Mr. Lumpkin, board members. Congratulations, Mr. Garza. I'd like to thank you all for this opportunity to brief you on Chaplaincy and Volunteer Services Division. As you can see, our mission statement is to facilitate religious and volunteer services designed to enhance public safety through spiritual, moral, and ethical transformation. Next slide, please. Meet the administration team. Myself, the Division Director, Ruby Davis, Deputy Division Director, Shane Roberts, Deputy Director of Programs Coordination, and C.F. Hazelwood, Deputy Director of Religious Services and Volunteer Services. Next slide, please. Administrative support team. This team of group of individuals provide administrative support and technical support for over 140,000 incarcerated individuals and their loved ones, and over 29,000 agency volunteers. Next slide, please. Meet the chaplains. We have 135 chaplains that provide faith-based services throughout the agency. The 135 chaplains include regional chaplains, staff chaplains, Muslim chaplains, Native American chaplains, and Jewish chaplains. Next slide, please. In 2025, our chaplain of the year was Alfredo Salvatore of the Hutchinson unit. On the right, you'd see a photo of Chaplain Salvatore life skills class. You know, he's an outstanding man, does a great job. If he's watching this, I want to tell him we love him, man. He's a great man. Thank you. Next slide. Chaplaincy and Volunteer Services oversees a total of 465 faith preferences. That's only accomplished through the oversight of what we call a Religious Practice Committee. The committee consists of Chaplaincy and Volunteer Services Division Director, Correctional Institution Division Director, Office of General Counsel, and religious authorities. We currently, the top percentage of the population is Christian, which is 51.7%, Catholic 16%, and Muslims 7.9%. Next slide, please. We offer a program called the Faith-Based Program. We have 157 faith-based dorms It's a 12 to 18-month program, and it's broken down into 3 phases. Phase 1, Voyager. Phase 2, Overcomers. Phase 3, Authentic Manhood, and Breaking Free for the females. These programs provide a place and a space for individuals to accomplish their rehabilitation goals in the faith services. Next slide, please. Since 2020, chaplains have facilitated over 6,000 virtual funeral services for inmate family members. During the COVID pandemic, it was a challenge to get individuals to funeral services due to contact restrictions. The chaplains stepped up and started what we call FaceTime funeral services, and now we've offered over 6,000 of those services. Next slide, please. The radio stations. We offer radio stations at the Michael unit, the O'Daniel unit, the Pulaski unit. It provides motivational, inspirational podcast messages that we record and we show to the population via tablet. Next slide, please. Staff chaplains. Staff chaplaincy was implemented in July of 2025 with Billy Holmes as the team lead. Since that time, staff chaplains have provided over 2,300 pastoral interactions with staff. If you look at the slide, these interactions include phone calls, emails, prayers, funeral services, weddings. We hosted a marriage retreat for wardens, spiritual wellness conference, where we had over 160 attendees. Just a lot of amazing things that's being offered through staff chaplaincy. Next slide. Daily prayer calls. On a daily basis, Monday through Friday, the staff chaplains offer daily prayer calls for individuals that feel the need to call in and just maybe want some type of faith lifting or spiritual prayer. Next slide, please. Crusades and events. CVSD, we partner with volunteer organizations that provide crusades and events such as Kairos, Kobe, Mike Barber Ministries, to name a few. During those events, we have church services, praise and worship services, cell-to-cell ministry, and baptisms. Next slide, please. Our annual Governor's Award service. Since 1995, the Governor's Office has recognized volunteers for their outstanding performance. Last year, we celebrated our 30-year anniversary. Next slide, please. Peer-to-peer services. We offer cognitive life skill coaches. No One Dies Alone for the individuals in the hospice areas. These coaches work in the hospice areas. Smart sobriety coaches, individuals that facilitate faith-based substance use education programs such as Overcomers and Celebrate Recovery. Next slide, please. Field ministry, individuals that have a 4-year degree in biblical studies. We have 317 field ministers on 53 facilities. And we also have a new initiative, spiritual support coaches, for individuals that do not have a lengthy sentence that could serve on these smaller facilities. We currently have that program at the Luther unit and Gurney unit as a pilot. And then lastly, the merit coordinators. We have 37 merit coordinators on 18 facilities. They provide Muslim services throughout the agency and help Mr. Melvin with the coordination of Muslim services. Next slide, please. Mind, body, and soul. Earlier, one of the individuals got up and said there's not much for the gang members and these chronic rule violators. This Mind, Body, and Soul program, everyone qualifies for that. It targets the G4, G5, G3 population. It's a 12-month program. It's a community base where the life coaches and field ministers, collaborate their efforts to provide services for these individuals. It's very, very effective. I just want to, give a special recognition to the wardens out there that's facilitating this program, because this photo is a picture of the Pulaski unit, and it's a very, very impactful program. Next slide, please. Capital Improvement Review Committee basically outlines the process on how to donate chapels to TDCJ. That committee consists of chaplaincy, facilities divisions, correctional institution division, and Office of General Counsel. We currently have 20 donated chapels. In 2025, we broke ground at the Pulaski unit. We had a ribbon cutting ceremony at the Halbert unit where we opened a new chapel. This year, we're looking to ribbon cut at the Pulaski unit and break ground at the Allred unit, so we're moving on. And we want to thank those donors for for those amazing donations. It's really making a difference. Next slide, please. CVSD offers 56 programs that's documented on the individualized treatment plan. Quest for Authentic Manhood, Voyager, Bridges to Life, Celebrate Recovery, Overcomers, to name a few are some of the programs that we offer. They're considered Category 3 programs where individuals can achieve their rehabilitation goals. Next slide, please. Leadership Enhancement and Development. It's a 6-month program designed to equip staff with important leadership skills that will benefit them as they continue to grow as correctional and professionals. Public speaking, effective communication, team building, the art of the tour, research projects, those are a few things that these individuals engage in while in the LEAD program. Next slide. Chaplaincy annual training. Topics include staff and volunteer engagement, programs and services, professional ethics. Annually, we gather the chaplains throughout the state to where we can have in-service and just sharpen up those pastoral skills. And we also allow individuals to come in and present in various work groups and various volunteer organizations. Next slide, please. Chaplaincy intern programs on the horizon, a program where this initiative aims to strengthen the division's religious support capacity, fostering professional development amongst emerging faith leaders, and build long-term recruitment pathways for future chaplains. Dallas Theological Seminary is one of the partners that have stepped up to the plate and agreed to participate in this program, so that's on the horizon. Next slide, please. Stop the Drug Rallies, a faith-based recovery and community initiative to promote awareness of the threat of using dangerous drugs. This initiative started July the 3rd, 2025 at the Pulaski unit, and it's gained so much momentum. We've had 34 rallies, over 10,000 participants, and over 7,000 individuals have signed up for classes since attending these rallies. Next slide, please. These rallies consist of formerly incarcerated testimonies where these individuals use their anecdotal experiences, motivational speakers, inmate peers such as field ministers, life coaches, peer support recovery, peer educators, merit coordinators, just a combination of peers at the facility stepping up to help support the community, a joint effort amongst divisions and departments. We've had so many divisions participate in this initiative. It's been a great experience. An opportunity to enroll in faith-based substance use support groups such as AA, NA. Next slide, please. At this time, we'll show a quick video. What you have here on the screen is a video of a Stop the Drug rally that we hosted at the Travis facility.
And it was kind of cold that day, if I remember correctly.
Yes, sir. It was cold, but it didn't take long to warm it up when you got up and started speaking life into those individuals out there. So we had a great day.
We'll get the video.
Yeah, don't worry about the video.
Okay.
We can do that later. No, don't worry about it.
Let's go to the next.
Don't worry about it. Oh, it's okay.
That's okay.
It's froze up, Chris. You have to go
Okay. All right, so I just want to close out the next slide, if you can go to that.
It's froze up.
Oh, it's closed.
Yeah, it's froze.
Okay, so the next slide is just a quote from Matthew 25:36 through 40. It says, "I was in prison and you came to visit me. Truly I tell you, whatever you did for one of these least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me." That's the story of us. That's the story of chaplaincy and volunteer services. That's who we are. That's what we do. That's why we serve. So I just wanted to close with that and open up the floor for any questions, sir.
Well, very appropriate way to close that presentation, and boy howdy, there's a lot going on within the Chaplaincy and Volunteer Services Division, so we appreciate all the efforts there. And so just 2 quick points. Number 1, you mentioned the Volunteer Service Awards.
Yes, sir.
And obviously we are going to continue our board meeting into tomorrow, and for those who have not had the opportunity to attend one of those Volunteer Service Awards, it is a fantastic day.
Yes,
we
sir.
get to honor and recognize all of the volunteers who make such a difference, not only in the system, but also contribute to public safety across the state of Texas. And I fix on numbers. You heard me do that with our second chance employers earlier. So did I hear you correctly that we've got 29,000?
Yes, sir.
Agency volunteers? Could you just explain, is that all across our great state?
It's across the great state. You know, in 2020, we implemented an online application, online training session, and we've seen a 43% increase in volunteers since that time. So in the past 5 or 6 years, we've grown substantially in the volunteer service.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Carter, for your presentation. Any other thoughts or comments? I see Pastor Sprinkle has his light on. And you were on that presentation, so I figured you probably had something to say.
Well, Chairman, it's not about that, but I do look down here and I see the lights on a lot of these microphones, so I'm not the only one that's passionate about this. But obviously, Mr. Carter, thank you for your leadership and your team as a whole. What y'all do occupies obviously a very huge part of my heart, and I'm just amazed every time I get to speak with you and hear from your staff the number of things that are going on that are made available, just wonderful programs. I want to continue, and I know our whole board does, to continue to support y'all's efforts, as it is a huge part of truly rehabilitating and redeeming lives. And then I'm just amazed too at the size of your division, but the number of, they're not paid staff, but they're staff, these thousands of volunteers, and so grateful to the Lord for them and the work that they do day in and day out across the state. So thank you again for your leadership, and to all the divisions, CVS D division staff, just amazed and grateful.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Pastor Sprinkle. I also see Ambassador Siv.
I add my voice to congratulate you on the excellent program. I've been to one of your conferences, and you mentioned the annual training. Is it part of the annual conference, or is it held separately?
It's the conference, annual conference.
Then I must miss it then when I was there last time.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Next time I want to be there for the whole thing. When is the next one?
We offer it around September of each year. It's annual.
Okay.
September of each year.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ambassador Siv. Judge Johnson?
Yes, and I too wanted to thank you for all that you do. In fact, I don't even know if we realize how much you do in this area, and I bet you there's not another state that's doing what we're doing. And I just wanted to congratulate you and just say thank you and keep up the good work. This is really, really great. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Carter, for that great presentation. Appreciate it.
They got it.
Sometimes our paths
He
may
wanted
be
to
a
show
little
the
bit
real
different,
video.
but we are all on a walk. And that walk can lead you in different directions. But the fact that you are here today, the fact that you have chosen to be out here, to be able to hear this and be together and hear this message and express this message, I want each of you to give yourselves a round of applause, all right?
So I've been coming to prison since I was in my 20s, right? You can ask anybody in the state of Texas in prison about me. They're going to tell you I'm solid. They're going to tell you if you're hungry, I'll give you a suit. They're going to have all these things to say about me that you may see as good, right? But if you ask my kids about me, they don't know me. If you ask my mom about me, she ain't seen her son in 15 years. I placed my value in the wrong spots for so long. And addiction has caused me to place my values in that spot.
The importance of decision making. When you're born, you look like your mama and your daddy, right? But when you die, you're going to look like the decisions you've been making. Start making sound decisions, homie. I wish our boys the best. Appreciate you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carter, for that presentation. All right, the next item on our agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding Facility Division projects, status of board-approved projects. TDCJ Facilities Division Director, Mr. Damon Andrews, will be presenting today. Mr. Andrews, I see you approaching the podium, and once you are situated, please proceed.
Good morning, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Johnson, Mr. Lumpkin, members of the board. I'd like to provide an update of status of board-approved projects. Item number 1 is the Hughes Unit Replace Roofs. This project is 6%. Contractor is constructing laydown yard, sally port, and dumpster areas. Electrical and mechanical surveys are ongoing. Materials are arriving and being stored properly. Item number 2 is the Huntsville Unit Replace Roof Building 1121. This project is 2%. Project schedule has been received and submittals are ongoing. Item number 3 is the Huntsville Unit Repair, Replace Roof Mechanical Department Building. This project is 65%. Working on removal of the old roof and installing new roof on areas 2 through 5. These are the areas over the mechanical shop and the vehicle repair. Item number 4 is the Stringfellow Unit Replace Roof and Rooftop HVAC Equipment, BOQ 1732. This project is 2%. Pre-construction meeting was held on March 13th. Contractor is drafting schedules and submittals. Item number 5 is the Holiday Unit Construct New Training Facility. This project is 85%. Ceiling grids installation in Building A, which is the main office building, is complete. Mechanical, electrical, and plumbing in Building B, which is the BOQ, is ongoing. In Building C, which is the range, equipment installation is complete and commissioning is scheduled. Item number 6 is the Ferguson Unit Construct Water Treatment Plant. This project is 53%. Chemical control building pad is poured. Ground storage tank installation is complete. Above ground piping work is ongoing. Item number 7 is the Ramsey Unit Renovate Water Tower. This project is 90%. Water tower refurbishment has been completed. Electrical controls are being installed and contractor is working through a punch list. Item number 8 is the Connolly Unit Replace Plumbing and Controls, 3, 4, 7, 10, and 11 buildings, inmate housing. This project is 88%. 4 building is complete, demolition is complete in 11 building, and installation of equipment is ongoing. Item number 9 is the Connolly Unit Replace Plumbing and Controls, 8, 12, 18, and 19 buildings, inmate housing. This project is 39%. 12 building controls are complete. Control installation in the showers for 19 building are ongoing. Item number 10 is the Ellis Unit Install Fire Alarm System. This project is 71%. Running conduit and fire alarm devices installation are ongoing in the chair factory. Item number 11 is the Ferguson Unit Install Fire Alarm System. This project is 82%. Conduit installation for vocation, the mop and broom factory, and the main hallway are ongoing. Item number 12 is the Beto Unit Renovate Ice House. This project is complete. The board approved program cost for this project was $3,042,000, and the estimated closeout is $2,835,817, or $206,182 under program cost. Item 13 is the Beto Unit Install Transformer Substation. This project is notice to proceed pending. Item number 14 is the Hobby Unit Construct Multi-Use Facility. This project is 19%. Subgrade, footing excavation, and trench work for electrical and plumbing are complete. Currently installing forms and vapor barrier in preparation for the slab being poured. Item number 15 is the Goodman Unit Install HVAC ISF. This project is 99%. Customization for the concrete pad is being finalized for the installation of the generator. Item 16 is the Styles Unit HVAC System Efficiency Upgrades 12 Building Inmate Housing. This project is 26%. All equipment and material are on site. Currently installing new equipment on E-Wing. Item 17 is the Boyd Unit Install HVAC Inmate Housing. This project is 7%. J1 installation of ductwork and insulation are complete. Demolition in J2 is ongoing. Item 18 is the Gurney Unit Install HVAC Inmate Housing. This project is 9%. Contractor is on site locating underground utilities. Item 19 is the High Tower Unit Install HVAC Inmate Housing. This project is 7%. Equipment is arriving and trenching is ongoing. Item 20 is the Jester Unit Install HVAC Inmate Housing. This project is 25% complete. Installation of refrigerant lines and electrical work in the trustee camp are ongoing. Item number 21 is the Luther Unit Install HVAC Inmate Housing. This project is 29%. Contractor is working on concrete pads for dorms A through E in the main building. Item 22 is the Polunsky Unit Install HVAC 3 building. This project is 8%. Contractor is building access road, air handlers, pipe, and additional material has been delivered. Item 23 is the Pallage Unit Install HVAC Inmate Housing. This project is 35%. Equipment is on site. Contractor is setting air rotational units for the main building. Item 24 is the Stevenson Unit Install HVAC Inmate Housing. This project is 7%. Contractor is working on the installation of J5 building air rotational units. Central utility plant concrete pad is being constructed. Item 25 is the Styles Unit Install HVAC 8 building. This project is 8%. Submittals for rebar and concrete work are being finalized. Item 26 is the Terrell Unit Install HVAC Inmate Housing. This project is 26%. Contractor is installing conduit, pulling wire in multiple areas within the unit. HVAC equipment is arriving. Item 27, 29 through 32, 34, 35, 37, and 38 are construct expansion dorms at the Bell, Estes, Hamilton, Hightower, Jester 3, Luther, Memorial, Pack, and Sanchez units. These projects are notice of award pending. Item number 28, 33, 36, and 39 are construct expansion dorms at the Choice Moore, Lopez, Montford, and Travis units. These projects are notice of award issued. This concludes my project status updates. I will stand by for any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. I think you know what's going to be coming your way here in just a second, but I'm just counting. Okay, I'm counting on this report you just gave us. So I'm counting of the 39 items you're presenting as status of TBCJ approved projects, 12 of those concern the installation of air conditioning into housing areas that were not previously air conditioned, if I got that count right. And then another 13 relate to the building of expansion dorms that will add to our air-conditioned housing capacity. That is the cool beds. Did I get those numbers right?
Yes, sir.
So we're talking about 25 of the 39 ongoing board-approved projects that have the impact of adding additional cool beds in the system.
Yes, sir.
So, so you know what's coming next, because I did ask, and I'm sure you've had some time to think about it. So in terms of these projects that we already have as board-approved, we've got, we're going to do this after a break, but we've got 5 more that deal with, or at least 4 more that deal with the additional HVAC projects. So when you consider the money that's already been appropriated by the legislature for this effort to install more air conditioning capacity to our housing areas. So you take the money we already have in the pipeline, take the projects we already have in the pipeline. What are we looking at in terms of the overall number of cool beds that we would anticipate having by the end of 2027 or the first part of 2028?
So currently, there's 52,438 beds that are AC cool beds right now as we sit. By the end of this year, we're projecting about 63,000 of those 63,000 total beds will be encompassed in that. By next summer, we're looking at about 70,000 beds being encompassed, and by the end of 28, we're looking at about 90,000 beds total encompassed in that AC.
Okay. And is there even a possibility that we're going to be seeing the bulk of those 90,000 cool bed capacity in effect in first part of 2028?
It'll be throughout the year, sir.
Okay. I'm not putting too much pressure on you, but we're looking at rolling out those, and we're going to be on track to get that.
No, and that's absolutely part of our strategy, is to get this done as quickly as possible. We understand the urgency and the need for it, and we're not oblivious to that. You know, that 52,438 is on my mind every single day, as it is my staff. And we constantly meet on this stuff and talk about this stuff. So we're not oblivious to where we need to be. We want to get there as fast as we can, but we also want to be efficient about the way we get there, and we want to make sure that it's correct and right the first time so that we don't have to go back and do fixes on the back end.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Before we take a break, any other questions from the board on the status of TBCJ approved projects?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted you to know that you and I were thinking exactly alike on all of those points, so thank you so much. Not because we're lawyers, but we were just thinking alike. My one question, so that's gonna put us at about what percentage when you count all those beds, 90,000, so we'll be at what percentage?
You're going to put me on the spot with my math skills.
Is that gonna put us right at about 75%, or?
I think about 71, if my math's correct.
Okay.
Is that right?
About 71%. Now, my question too, you completed project number 12, and you came under budget, so we have I think you said about a couple of $100,000. Are we able to divert those funds to maybe helping with our HVAC projects, or is that money gonna go back to our general fund?
It would go back to our general fund.
Okay, I'm just wondering. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Any other questions or comments on the status of board-approved projects? General Welch.
I just want to point out that I'm noticing that the nice thing about expansion dorms is it appears to be less time frame to have HVAC installed along with the construction of those, I guess because it's all being done at one time.
Yes, sir.
Can you talk about the complexities and difficulties and the reason for how long it's taken on existing facilities, our older facilities where you have to go in and retrofit and install the HVAC systems? Can you touch on that?
So when we initially started this, obviously it's a learning process. And so as we evolved and we started looking at ways to make it faster, you know, the CMAR came up and that way of doing things. Of course, we have design firms in our pocket that we can go to and say we've got SA contracts with them, service authorization contracts with them, that we can say, hey, go design this. But then the construction piece is we have to put that out, you know, to bid after we get the design piece. And that's sped it up, and it helps them work with that design team to complete those designs and make it more efficient. So when we first started out, we weren't necessarily using the CMAR process. And now as we've seen issues with the way we were doing things and ways to speed stuff up, we've kind of narrowed in on that process. And Murray will actually be, which is in procurement now, will be the first one that is a total CMAR project for ACs that we're going to use. And then there's other methods that we've talked about, as well as bundling projects together to look at those bigger firms that can handle a bigger load. and more capabilities for them and more attractiveness when they see several of them bundled together instead of a onesie or a twosie here and there.
I think you and your staff deserve compliments for the effort you're putting forward on this. We know it's an important issue and that you've placed a huge priority on getting it done in a most timely manner, and appreciate that very much. It's been a real challenge, hasn't it?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, any other thoughts or comments before we will now go into, we'll now go into recess. So allow everybody to take a break and get something to eat. We'll go into recess now, and we will reconvene with the conclusion of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice agenda, and following that, our Windham School District Board of Trustees meeting. We will come back into open session at 1:30. It is now 12:46 p.m. The 246th meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice is now reconvened in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. It is 1:34 p.m. Mr. Andrews, if you would join us back at the podium, please. When we broke, I believe you were about to start a presentation on the projects for board approval.
Yes, sir. The first project for consideration is the efficiency upgrades to the MEP system at the RMF at the Estelle unit. The work will consist of replacing existing equipment with new, more efficient equipment in the regional medical facility and the central plant. 4 air handling units with 26 air terminal units will be installed at the RMF. 2 300-ton water-chilled units, water-cooled chillers, 2 chilled water pumps, chilled water valves, new refrigerant purge system, outside air intake louver, exhaust system, 2 emergency generators, 4 automatic transfer switches, and a 1,000 amp distribution panel will be installed at the central plant. The main service medium voltage transformer and overhead feeder will be replaced as well. The new equipment will provide a safer environment and meet building codes as well as energy efficiency requirements. 3 proposals were received for this project in August 2025. If approved, the work will be performed by Gowan Garrett Incorporated out of Houston, Texas. This will be the 6th project for Gowan Garrett Incorporated with TDC. The project was designed by Smith Seckman Reed Incorporated. Construction duration 645 days, and the total estimated program cost is $9,926,300.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. With respect to this project, are there any questions from any members of the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Upgrades to mechanical, electrical, plumbing system, regional medical facility at the Estelle unit in Huntsville, Texas, as presented.
I have a motion on this agenda item from Pastor Sprinkle. Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion from Pastor Sprinkle. I have a second from Dr. Burrow. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Mr. Andrews, the next item on our agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding Facilities Division construction projects, request to install HVAC inmate housing, Dominguez Unit, San Antonio, Texas. Please proceed.
Yes, sir. The next project for consideration is to install HVAC inmate housing at the Dominguez Unit. The work will consist of demolition of existing heating and ventilation units and installation of concrete pads, HVAC units, and exterior ductwork. The new system will meet all applicable requirements and standards for comfort, indoor air quality, and efficiency, and will be connected to emergency backup power. 6 proposals were received for this project in December of 2025. If approved, the work will be performed by Path Company LLC out of Memphis, Tennessee. This will be the first project for Path Company LLC with TDCJ. This project was designed by one of our in-house engineers, Terry Stinson. The construction duration is 240 days, and the total estimated program cost is $6,675,400.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Members of the board, are there any questions or comments on this item? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, you do. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the request to install HVAC inmate housing at Dominguez Unit in San Antonio, Texas, as presented.
I have a motion on this item from Judge Johnson. Do I have a second? I have a motion from Judge Johnson. I have a second from Pastor Sprinkle. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. The next item on our agenda is discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding Facilities Division construction projects. Request to install HVAC inmate housing, GIST unit, Beaumont, Texas. Mr. Andrews, you may proceed.
Yes, sir. The next project for consideration is to install HVAC inmate housing at the GIST unit. The work will consist of demolition of existing heating and ventilation units and installation of concrete pads, HVAC units, and exterior ductwork. The new system will meet all applicable requirements and standards for comfort, indoor air quality, and efficiency, and will be connected to emergency backup power. 8 proposals were received for this project in January of 2026. If approved, the work will be performed by Path Company LLC out of Memphis, Tennessee. This would be the second project for the Path Company LLC with TDCJ. This project was designed by an in-house TDC engineer, Terry Stinson. The construction duration is 240 days, and that total estimated program cost is $6,941,800.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. I will just point out that I think it's pretty remarkable that we now have in-house professional engineers who are capable of designing these projects.
Yes,
for how long have we had that capability in-house?
We've had it for quite a while, and it definitely has been a learning process since we started going through some of these designs and them getting out there and designing some of these projects with existing infrastructure that we have. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions or thoughts on this agenda item from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
I do have a comment before we go on. I think one of the things you could further explain is that this staff capability is something that gave us an opportunity to kind of get ahead of the game on this as well. In other words, we did a lot of the design work even before the funding was approved in anticipation of that funding coming, so that when it did come, we could drop it right away. So is that how we got ahead on this stuff?
Yes, sir. The foresight of my predecessor, obviously, Mr. Hudson, he kind of went to task with some of the engineers and had them out there, places that we were looking at, and had them go out and look at what was there and try to get ahead of the curve as far as utilizing what skills we had in-house to be able to look at the infrastructure, because we know what's there, and kind of work around with what they envisioned being put in there and in their design. So yes, sir, we're able to get out ahead of some of these projects.
You don't have to say nice things about Mr. Hudson just because he's sitting in the room. I mean, I'll take you off the hook on that one. All right, any other comments or questions? If not, do I have a motion on this agenda item?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the request to install HVAC inmate housing at GIST unit in Beaumont, Texas, as presented.
I have a motion on the item from Dr. Burrow. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Dr. Burrow. I have a second from General Welch. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. The next item on our agenda is discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding Facilities Division construction projects. Request to install HVAC inmate housing, Hutchins Unit, Dallas, Texas. Mr. Andrews, please proceed.
Yes, sir. The next project for consideration is to install HVAC inmate housing at the Hutchins unit. The work will consist of demolition of existing heating and ventilation units and installation of concrete pads, HVAC units, and exterior ductwork. The new system will meet all applicable requirements and standards for comfort, indoor air quality, and efficiency, and will be connected to emergency backup power. 5 proposals were received for this project in December of 2025. If approved, the work will be performed by Path Company LLC out of Memphis, Tennessee. This would be the 3rd project for Path Company LLC with TDCJ. And again, this project was designed by one of our in-house engineers, Terry Stinson. Construction duration is 240 days. The total estimated program cost is $8,692,000.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Any questions or comments on this item from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the request to install HVAC inmate housing at Hutchins Unit in Dallas, Texas, as presented.
Thank you. I have a motion from Ambassador Sibb. Do I have a second? A motion from Ambassador Sibb, a second from Judge Johnson. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The next item on our agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding Facilities Division construction projects, request to install HVAC inmate housing, Segovia Unit, Edinburgh, Texas. Please continue, Mr. Andrews.
Yes, sir. The final project for consideration is to install HVAC inmate housing at the Segovia unit. The work will consist of demolition of existing heating and ventilation units and installation of concrete pads for new air handling units, HVAC units, chilled water piping, and ductwork. Air-cooled chillers and pumps will be installed outside the perimeter fence for ease of maintenance. The new system will meet all applicable requirements and standards for comfort, indoor air quality, and efficiency, and will be connected to emergency backup power. 4 proposals were received for this project in December of 2025. If approved, the work will be performed by Path Company LLC out of Memphis, Tennessee. This will be the 4th project for Path Company LLC with TDCJ. This project was designed by Johnston LLC. Construction duration is 477 days. The total estimated program cost is $15,612,100.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Just a quick question. I assume that the incremental higher cost on this compared to the last one we just approved at the Hutchins unit is due to the fact that at Hutchins we're just completing the AC of housing areas, and this looks like a bigger project. Is that?
It's a different type of project, so you've got basically package units being put in the other ones, and this is going to be a chilled water system. So we have to trench and put the chilled water loop in, and then obviously, as I outlined in that description, you'll have the plant outside of the unit so that when vendors come to work on it, they can work on it outside of the unit without ever having to come inside of it. And that's one of the things we were looking at when we were talking about these things, to make it easier on maintenance and vendors coming in and not having to bring them all the way in to work on those things.
So they don't have to go through screening, security, have their tools checked, everything else. They can just go to the equipment and work on it whenever they can.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, that's a good explanation. Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Chairman, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the request to install HVAC inmate housing at Segovia Unit in Edinburgh, Texas, as presented.
I have a motion from Ms. Zeiker. Do I have a second? I have a motion from Ms. Zeiker. I have a second from General Welch. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Appreciate your presentation.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So, next item on the agenda is we hear from our various of our board's direct reports. The first up is a report from the Director of the Independent Office of Inmate Counsel, Ms. Wyvon Long. Thank you for being at the podium. You were very prompt. So whenever you're ready, Ms. Long, you may proceed.
Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Johnson, board members, Mr. Lumpkin. This past quarter, I want to say state council, the Independent Office of Inmate Counsel,
Good.
averaged 1,300 cases, active open cases. We opened 311 new cases, and we closed 282 cases. We handled over 5,500 pieces of correspondence during that time. And we are currently in the process of obtaining Westlaw Co-Counsel, which is an AI program that works with Westlaw. They will greatly aid our attorneys, especially in cases where they have a lot of discovery to review. And we are just doing the work, and unless you have any questions, that's my report.
I just have a quick question. So I've seen a little publicity on the civil commitment process here recently in some of the, in some publications. So can you remind us all about the role that your office plays in those civil commitment cases, and then maybe just give us a brief update on how we're doing in terms of the pipeline of the civil commitments and the subsequent hearings that need to be had in those cases.
Absolutely. Under Chapter 841, the board is charged with providing representation to individuals who are targeted for civil commitment. And so we have attorneys that represent those individuals if they're indigent and targeted for civil commitment. It's kind of a hybrid trial. It has some criminal aspects to it. It's supposed to be a civil trial. And those individuals are it's either returned a yes or no verdict. The yes verdict says that they have a behavioral abnormality such that they may be likely to reoffend. Those individuals are civilly committed to the Littlefield facility. If the verdict returned is no, they do not have a behavioral abnormality, those individuals are discharged from TDCJ when their time is complete. So we represent those individuals in those cases. We do appeal those cases when we don't prevail. Additionally, those individuals who are committed they're entitled to a biennial review of their case every 2 years, as long as they're committed. And our office also assists them on the biennial review. And so we're intricately involved in a lot of it. And for some time, we did not see a lot of success. That is changing. And we are being more successful with getting some no verdicts, which is wonderful. Additionally, we have recently had a few individuals that were actually released from the Littlefield facility after going through the program, receiving some therapy and training and learning a lot about how they got there to begin with. And so we're really excited about that.
Good. Well, I really appreciate that update. It's a little bit in the public, has been in the public view here recently. Any other questions or comments for Ms. Long? Yes, sir.
I'm curious, how's the manning in terms of your council staff, the actual lawyers?
I'm sorry, how is
your manning? Are you well manned or
we are not well manned. We struggle. We recently had 3 attorneys that left, and we hired 3 new attorneys. And so we're training them up. We have some seasoned attorneys that are really great at mentoring new attorneys. We seem to have more new attorneys right out of the law school that come to us. They get a lot of really great experience, and then they can leave and make a lot more money. So, but we do have, we have about 20 attorneys, and they are very diligent and very excited about the work we do. So.
And what do you do in terms of covering the vastness of Texas? I mean, do we have remote work or contract, or how do we handle the remote areas?
We actually do have the ability to have remote attorneys. We have one attorney that is a criminal defense attorney in Lubbock, and he handles West Texas. We have another civil attorney who is in San Antonio. And for some reason, we have a lot of civil commitment cases in that area of the state, and so he is on all of those cases. Most of the other attorneys we have currently are Huntsville, Conroe based. They do get to work from home some, and we have the ability to hire remote when we can. Additionally, we lean on Mr. Lumpkin's people, and we borrow the fleet of their cars and travel, and the other attorneys travel around the state, and they stay in hotels, and they represent those individuals. They visit units and talk to our clients. So.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
All right. Any other questions? If not, thank you very much for your report.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda was originally scheduled to be a report from our PREA Ombudsman, Ms. Cassandra McGilbra. Unfortunately, Ms. McGilbra, for unforeseen circumstances, could not be with us. So we will proceed to our next agenda item, which is a report from the Office of the Independent Auditor. Chief Audit Executive Renee Russell will be presenting. I see you're at the podium, so when you are ready, please proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to see everybody again. I have a very brief report today. It'll just include updates to your status report that is included in your packet. So on page 1, Audit 2504 is now a revised draft report. I will take a quick moment to explain the reporting process, just because you will see our reports or audits stay in that phase for quite some time at times. In that process includes our internal writing and editing those reports, as well as our quality assurance for those reports. But during that time, you'll see those reports move from a draft report, which is issued to the agency. They'll get a chance to review it. We'll discuss it. You will see a revised draft report come out. We'll ask for management responses at that time, meet again if we need to, and then eventually those will move to a proposed final report and then a final report. So while they look like they stay there for a long time, there's a lot happening during that phase. And the thing that I will stress is management already knows those findings and those recommendations, and a lot of times the agency is already taking corrective action during that report writing phase. Also on that page, 2512 is our self-study, which is used to prepare for our peer review. We are required to have a peer review every 3 years. We are in the process of securing a peer review team now, so you will see that project move forward very quickly. On page 2, Audit 2602, while still in planning, will not progress to fieldwork and will move directly into report writing likely next week. On page 3, Audit 2612 is now an initial draft report, so that has gone out to agency management. Audit 2607 is now assigned and in the planning phase. And on this page, while you won't see it here because it is a true addition to our audit plan, we also assigned a walkthrough of correctional managed healthcare, specifically of Texas Tech. As a reminder, a walkthrough does not constitute an audit, and we utilize walkthroughs to learn, update our risk assessment, and share any identified risks with the agency as well as the board. On page 4, I have no official update, but I did want to recognize the agency on the number of audit recommendations they have reported as complete. You'll see these numbers vary slightly from report to report, but just as a reminder, we are consistently issuing recommendations and they are consistently closing them as we're adding to them. So I do appreciate the agency's action in implementing those as quickly as they do. With that, I will pause for any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Russell on her report?
I kind of have the same question for everybody that have these difficult jobs. You've got a lot that is on the table, and how are you in terms of your manning situation and recruiting and that sort of thing?
So we are lucky that we have been able to stay pretty consistently stable. We are a small shop, so we have to have the best and the brightest in our shop to accomplish everything that's on our plan. It's a big agency. We have 2 vacancies currently, as well as a vacant management position, that's Cheryl's old position. It closed yesterday, and we plan to fill that likely today. But the rest of our staff has been around for quite a while, and our retention is fairly good. And I say that with the risk of somebody hitting me with something when I walk away, because we're very lucky.
Very good. Any other questions? If not, thank you very much, Ms. Russell. We appreciate your report. The next agenda item is a report on the Office of the Inspector General from Inspector General Mr. Lance Coleman. So if you wouldn't mind joining us, Mr. Coleman, when you're ready, please proceed.
Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Johnson, board members, Mr. Lumpkin, good afternoon. We have a few cases I want to go over with you today that we're going to highlight. Now, these are all active, ongoing criminal investigations, so I'm probably not going to release any names or any pictures of individuals, but I have to tell you all, to make sure everybody understands this, that none of this would be possible without the support of TDCJ, CID, Mr. Lumpkin's staff, Mr. Hudson, Mr. Guerrero. So they support us in all aspects of this. The first slide, I'm going to go ahead, slide. This case originated in Fort Worth. This is a contraband case where this individual was mailing not only contraband-laced books and newspapers, magazines into the facility, and those facilities were, he was targeting he's doing this from the U.S. Post Office, from Allred, Holiday, Beto, Michael, Cofield, and several other North Texas units. We got information on this individual, and one of our problems were we couldn't identify him because he always wore like a rubber mask over his head. But we did launch the investigation. We were able to get the probable cause to develop to get an arrest and search warrant. So as we set up on this individual to run the search warrant, he went mobile in his vehicle up in the Wichita Falls area. We're able to go ahead and knock him down with local law enforcement, get a traffic stop. Ultimately, we seized $55,000 cash, and then lo and behold, in this vehicle, look what we found. So now we know we're right on the right track. That is the mask that he wore into the post office to obscure his identity.
I got to stop you there. So so he was wearing a mask and going into a United States Postal Service location?
Yes, sir.
And
mailing?
And mailing
yes, sir.
himself?
Yes, sir.
And, okay, I'm not going to ask too many questions about how this was detected or whether anyone at the Postal Service raised a concern or anything like that, but I think we get the picture. Okay.
Yes. So, it's kind of like Point Break, the movie with, back in 1991 with the surfers that robbed banks, and they wore these masks to obscure their identity. So anyway, next photo. So we get in there, and not only, this is why we used a SWAT team, he had the rubber mask, which we found in the vehicle, and then there's 2 gallons of liquid K2 on the left in that Ziploc baggie, and then he had an AR-15, a Glock 2340 caliber, Glock 4145. The pink grip gun is a SCCY 9mm, and then a Smith & Wesson 9mm. So this guy's he's not a novice. Now, he's a former inmate as well, so he's well versed in what's going on there. But we're lucky to get that knocked out and taken care of. And it's been a great investigation. It's still continuing on. Next. The next one is then this is a really interesting case. At the Smith unit. So, and I've already given what I thought about the help we're getting from TDCJ, but on this one, Miss Tina Clark called me and said, hey, we've got a tablet that looks like it's been tampered with. So I said, well, send it to us. We'll look at it. It's a tampered tablet. Well, the tablet wasn't only just a tablet that had been tampered with. It's a high-performance, basically a cell phone tower now that can access Wi-Fi, has SD card access. It can act as a cell tower for other cell phones to piggyback off of it to get the internet. Next slide. So we developed the information, get an arrest and search warrant for a accomplice. Now this is an inmate that was at the Smith unit. He was moved, but he has a partner in Houston. We execute an arrest and search warrant, and there we get these 4 packages, which they have cell phones, loose tobacco, tablet motherboards, and other components in there that they could fully hack 2 tablets. Next slide. And we get into the mother load, because we had heard that there might be 40 of these. This tablet didn't even belong to TDCJ that this inmate had. So we seized 39 more that are earmarked for either Florida, Georgia, or Texas, and all these would be high performance. And this is a mixture of what we use and what Florida uses. They're JP5s and JP6s. And the only way you can tell is on the edges are cut. On the 6, on the 5s, they're rounded, but this was a good lick. These tablets were destined for our units, and whoever possessed these would have the ability just to surf the internet, contact with people. Other contraband cell phones could piggyback off of them, it acting as a cell phone tower and give them access. So,
another example of no good deed. So these are basically imitations of the tablets that are issued to members of our population. Is that what I'm hearing?
What it is actually, it is a generation of tablet that's never been in our system. They were used in other systems in Florida and Georgia, but it is not the same generation tablet we use. So the tablet that was discovered at Smith was smuggled in somehow, and then that's what led to the investigation Lance is speaking to. But never, not as our current generation of tablet that's been jailbroke or anything along those lines.
But they look similar?
They look similar.
Very similar. I mean, if you're not, and this is whoever the CEOs that found this kudos to them because they looked further, because to me, it looks like they all look the same.
Couldn't we
But,
change the color?
sir?
Couldn't we change the
Well, I'm
color?
working on that with Ms. Clark, so I want them to be hot pink or bright yellow or something where we can tell that they're ours, but they may not like that. So anyway, I was, you never know what you're gonna get when you peel back the skin of the onion. So this ended up being, you know, maybe a tablet that's been tampered with to a full-blown operation to smuggle these into multiple units. Next. And this last one's former employee. This is kind of, I like to show you all the interesting ones. Next slide, please. So this is a burrito, homemade burrito, loaded with either smokeless tobacco or menthol cigarettes and rolled back up to look like a burrito. So we got on top of that. I'd like to share with y'all what different conveyances we're seeing that are being smuggled in that look like it's somebody's lunch. Well, it wasn't somebody's lunch unless they smoke it. So anyway, it was 80 cigarettes and 30 pouches of tobacco. Not a massive operation, but it's been stopped. And that's our main thing, is that when we catch the flow of these, we're going to slam the brakes on them, get them stopped, and in that flow right there. Next. That's it. I will pause for any questions or...
General? And I have a comment, but
General?
this doesn't relate to your manning. I think you're doing pretty well in that regard. Everybody seems to be enjoying what they're doing and doing a great job. I just wanted to compliment you on the collaborative effort, and by the way, not just you, across the agency, operations and the whole spectrum of people working together to try to resolve this very serious issue of drugs getting into our facilities and causing violence and death, and we just need to put a stop to it. So compliments to you and all of your staff and the willingness of everybody to participate in this effort. We really appreciate it, so thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Lance, one thing that I appreciate, you're not just stopping people as they're coming in or in. You guys are backtracking and using other outside agencies and working together collaboratively. That's what it's gonna take, following it all the way back. And anyway, y'all are doing a great job at that, working with other agencies. And, you know, the message will get out and is getting out that we're serious about this and we take it seriously. And I've had a lot of employees come up saying, especially after some of these big busts, that they feel a lot safer at work and they appreciate it. So, thank you.
Mr. Fordyce, did you have a question or comment?
I'm going to echo the same thoughts that the general made, but, you know, this has really been the first time that OIG and TDCJ has worked together in such a collaborative effort. I mean, I can remember the time when it wasn't that way. Today it's really, really, really good. Thank you.
Judge Johnson?
Yes, and I do thank you, Lance, for all that you're doing, but I would love to see some of the consequences for some of these arrests, and I'm assuming at some point, I know it's taken a while, because we're probably overloading the prosecutors in terms of sending some of these cases to them, but at some point, I would love to see the outcome of some of these arrests in terms of prosecution, jail time, prison time, and that sort of thing. So at some point, when we get that data, report that to us too, because that's gonna be something that I think we want to hear. And then secondly, I was at one of the units once, and one of the wardens was sharing with me that they thought some of our staff routinely bring contrabands in through their lunches or in their lunches. And they came up with the idea that maybe we should not allow any outside food coming into the facility. Would that work, or that be too much of a hardship for staff to do something like that?
This back row's breathing on me hard, but we will look at that and evaluate that with Mr. Lumpkin, and I mean, that's not my decision, but I'll do anything in our power to help them.
Had you all been thinking about that possibility?
Yes, ma'am. The next board meeting, I have another thing to show you,
Okay.
And to back up, we had the big Telford case where we have 23 defendants, and it was supposed to start a trial this week. Well, it's been delayed for about a month. So I will update the board as we get convictions in every board meeting, just to give you an update on anything. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Lumpkin, you have a comment?
Just to your question, Judge Johnson, so, have we had some instances of staff, unfortunately, at times? Yes. Visitors as well as some volunteers every now and then. We have installed millimeter technology, same that you see going through TSA in your airports on our maximum security facilities. And we've also strategized on different search methods with staff not assigned to our maximum security units from other units to help with the searches as well. But we can visit more too with you.
Thank you both, and thank you, Mr. Coleman, for your report. We appreciate you.
Yes, sir, thank you.
The next item on our agenda is a report from the Office of the Independent Ombudsman. Independent Ombudsman Director, Mr. Brian Patrick, will be presenting. Mr. Patrick, I see you coming up to the podium, so when you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chair Johnson, board members, Mr. Lumpkin. This look-back period for the Office of the Office of the Independent Ombudsman. Yeah, because it's a hard act to follow, Lance, I will tell you. He's like the coolest kid at show and tell. This look-back period is for January 16th through March 27th of this year. Our data inflects warrants, inquiries warranting investigative action or formal complaints. And during that period between January 16th and March 27th, we had 1,559 complaints. Year-to-date, 3,545. Some of our inquiries that we get in, again, emergency, life and danger, those seem to be number one month after month. Coming in, second highest category is medical issues, and then facility issues. Talking about infrastructure is typically the top three. How the complaints get to us, it's overwhelmingly through email and web form. U.S. mail is second, and then we get a lot of phone calls every day, but most of those are answering questions and assisting where we can. And we take complaints by phone in rare occasions, generally when somebody has restricted access to technology, or somebody who may be elderly and wants a little assistance. So we had 33 phone inquiries which were handled. And that concludes my report. I welcome any questions.
Very good. I'll channel my inner General Welch and just ask you, how are you doing on your staffing?
We're fully staffed. We've had under 5% staffing turnover for the last year. We, with the board's assistance, with TDC assistance, we've enacted a couple of measures which have greatly helped us with our staffing, such as the career ladder for the ombudsman, where if you're hired in as an ombudsman 1, you can move up to a 2 with a pay raise and 3 with a pay raise. Of course, there are time and grade requirements, and you have to have it exceeds on your evaluation, so they're not automatic. With our administrative assistants, where typically we get the higher turnover, we were able to bring them in, move them up from admin 3s to admin 4s. Of course, after that is a big jump up to program specialist, so it was able to keep us some longevity with our people, and we greatly appreciate allowing us to do that.
Very good. Ms. Zeicher, do you have a question?
And not to steal your thunder, but tell us about your retention rate, because I think that number is really great.
So one of the best parts about managerial, going through an MBA is learning about organizational culture, right? And one of the things you learn is about Edgar Schein, who started in the 50s, coming out of the Army, going into business, teaching what exactly is culture. A family has culture just like a business has culture, right? It can be anything from the very, very harshest all the way through to the most empowering. I believe in bringing our people on board with one simple concept. I hire for attitude, and I train them to do the job. I can train you to do the job. I can't train you to have a good attitude. So if you come with a good attitude, you're already ahead of the curve. And then we train them to do the job, and we empower them to do it. Our staff get autonomy, but it's earned. So when they've shown that they can do this job, they can do it independently or with minimal supervision from a supervisor, then they get more autonomy. They get time off to themselves. They get to maybe work remotely on a day when they need it.
Very good. Any other questions or comments from the board? Pastor Sprinkle.
Mr. Patrick, for this period, on the previous slide there, just one back, a lot of emergency types of reports there. And is that outstanding? Is that a abnormally large amount for this period, and would you explain how those are addressed real quickly?
Sure, that's probably a little reserved for what we typically get. Emergency categories are most often the life and danger. a family member, a loved one will send an inquiry in or call us and say, my loved one in prison who's incarcerated, their life is in danger because of a reason, because they owe somebody money, because they've used, they have a cellmate who maybe isn't that very well thought of in prison, but it's something where the person's life is in danger. We initiate contact with the unit and let them know that we've received that complaint, because the inmate protection investigations are handled at the unit. We will follow it from our office, but they do the actual investigation. If we look at the investigation that's been done and we conclude that, well, maybe we think there's something a little bit different that should have happened, we may step in at that point and decide to do interviews and take it over. But we watch that protection investigation status ongoing, and then we end up reporting out to the family what occurred, why it occurred, and what's going to happen.
Okay, good, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, very good question, very good discussion. So, Mr. Garza.
Yes, I have a question. So what's the turnaround on the investigations? Like the example of the gentleman in public comments, he had a grievance, and what's the turnaround as far as coming up with a conclusion?
So for public complaints, it's about 30 days. There are some which take longer. We had one that took probably 5 months, but it involved a lot of different interviews, a lot of different policy reviews, a lot of different people to speak to. But a good rule of thumb is about 30 days. One thing about our ombudsman is they handle cases on a rolling process. So if I get started today, brand new day one, I may get a case assigned to me. Tomorrow, maybe I send a response out to the unit and said, hey, I got a question about this policy and how it's being interpreted. I get a case tomorrow. While I'm waiting on that response from the unit, I start working a second case. So there's always a rolling caseload that they have where they don't have the luxury of getting a case assigned to them and they work that through to their complete, then they pick up another one.
And how is that disposition relayed back to the person who's filing the grievance?
So our policy says they have to exhaust the grievance process before we will look into it, just because we don't want to have, because of the manpower resources that are available, we don't want two offices duplicating processes. But there are times when there's a grievance ongoing and we think that process going on, because it can be sometimes extended, would be a problem. We end up stepping in and taking it over. But more often than not, we have to let the grievance process play out.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good discussion, good questions. If there are no other questions, Mr. Patrick, thank you for your work and the work of your group, and we will look forward to your report at our next board meeting. On our last agenda item before we take a recess to go into the Windham School District Board of Trustees meeting, as those who know about our board, including our TDCJ representatives here today, appreciate, we have board members who will periodically step up to take on additional responsibilities as board officers. During my time as chair, we as a board have been blessed to have Judge Faith Johnson serve as vice chair of our board and Dr. Rodney Burrow serve as secretary of our board. Our intention as a board is to rotate those responsibilities among our board members, and so it now comes time to consider new appointments to those positions. But before we do that, I would ask everyone here to thank Judge Johnson and Dr. Burrow for their outstanding service as board officers with a round of applause. And don't think for 1 second, Judge Johnson or Dr. Burrow, that we are thinking that your commitment and contribution to this board will change one bit after you step out of those officer roles. So next, in the spirit of shared responsibility for the operation of this board and its mission in both governing TDCJ and in serving as the Board of Trustees for the Windham School District, I now make a motion that the board approve the nomination of General Bill Welch as Vice Chairman of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice and the nomination of Ms. Sydney Zeiker as Secretary of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice. And so the motion is made. Do I have a second on that motion? I second. All right. I heard a little personal urgency in that second. Now you keep in mind that what I said about the commitment not changing, but I do have a second on the motion from Judge Johnson. All in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion passes. So congratulations both to General Bill Welch, stepping into his new role as Vice Chair of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice, and Ms. Sydney Zeiker on stepping into her new role as Secretary of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice. Of course.
Okay, well, thank you. I just want to thank the chair and the board for giving me the opportunity to serve as vice chair. And I think my role extended maybe a year longer than what it was supposed to, and I didn't grumble about it. I continued to serve in that role, and I'm not happily giving it up. I don't want you all to think, oh, finally, but I love serving as your vice chair. But more importantly than serving as vice chair, I love serving on the board. And so I'm excited that I got reappointed to be on this board. And I was praying. I said, God, what do I do differently this next 5 years or 6 years that I didn't do before? So do know that I'm asking God to help me to up the ante and to do more and to serve more, because I know this board is so important, this agency is so important, and I want to make certain that I don't miss the mark. And I do everything that I'm called to do for you and all of the staff and all inmates. I want to be right on target doing what I'm supposed to do. So I'm committed to that. And although not vice chair anymore, but I'm still committed to be a better board member for you. Thank you so much.
Well, what an inspirational way to close this portion of our meeting. So thank you very much for that. And again, thanks to you and to Dr. Burrow for your valued and continued service. Our board will now be in recess and will reconvene tomorrow, April 17th, 2026, again here at the Sheraton Georgetown in open session at 10 a.m. for our annual Governor's Criminal Justice Volunteer Service Awards ceremony. But with that, the 246th meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice is now in recess. It is 2:20 p.m. And we'll take just a 5-minute break just to get the podium changed out, and we'll be ready to go. Good afternoon to all in attendance in person as well as to those attending virtually. The 353rd meeting of the Windham School District Board of Trustees is called to order in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. During this meeting, the board will be conducting business from the agenda posted in the Texas Register. Member of the Board of Trustees present for this meeting include myself, Eric Nichols, Board Vice Chair, General Bill Welch, Board Secretary, Sydney Zeiker, Faith Johnson, Ambassador Sishan Siv, Pastor Nate Sprinkle, Tom Fordyce, and Martin Garza. A quorum is present and the meeting of the board is declared open. This meeting is being conducted in person here at the Sheraton Austin Georgetown Hotel and Conference Center and is also being broadcast on the Texas Department of Criminal Justice YouTube channel. It is 2:28 p.m. I would now ask Windham School District Trustee Pastor Nate Sprinkle to offer a word of prayer as we start this meeting.
Thank you, Chairman. Would you all pray with me? Heavenly Father, we come to you this afternoon in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, and we just give you thanks for a great day so far. Father, as we enter this board meeting of the Windham School District, we start and we open with just a word of gratefulness and thanks to you for the wonderful administration and staff that you provided for Windham School District. Thank you for each one of them in the work that they do, investing in the lives of our incarcerated. And Lord, we thank you for the work that goes on in those lives and in those hearts and minds through the education process that they're challenged with and that they participate in. Father, I just pray your blessings on each one of our staff members in Windham School District. Father, I'll also pray for our board members as well. For any matters considered before us today, we just pray that you give us wisdom and clarity and direction. And Lord, we know that you challenge us in your word with word and encouragement to do all that we do as unto you. And Lord, in that we receive a blessing. And so we're just thankful again for Windham School District, all that participate and all that benefit from it, and for the time we meet today. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Sprinkle. As a courtesy to speakers and guests in the meeting, we ask that you please set your electronic devices to the silent or vibrate mode. As with our Texas Board of Criminal Justice meeting, we very much recognize the public officials who are with us earlier here today and who may still be with us, but we also acknowledge and thank every person in attendance here in person or attending our meeting online. The Windham School District Board of Trustees is committed to providing an opportunity for public presentations on posted agenda topics, as well as public comments on issues within its jurisdiction as provided in Board Rule 300.1. Persons interested in speaking at today's meeting were required to complete and submit a registration card at least 10 minutes prior to the meeting's posted start time. As no cards were received prior to the required deadline, the board will not be hearing public presentations on posted agenda topics or public comment on issues within the board's jurisdiction in our meeting today. Our next agenda item covers consent items, which are listed in the board's posted agenda. For excused absences, we will include an excused absence for General Bill Welch for the February 20th, 2026 meeting. With that, are there any amendments, objections, or abstentions to the proposed consent items? Hearing none, the consent items posted for this meeting's agenda will stand approved. The next item on our agenda is the discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed revision of Windham Board Policy 07.05 entitled Professional Educator Contracts. Windham General Counsel, Mr. Eric Brown, will be presenting today. Mr. Brown, I see you coming to the podium, so when you're ready, you may begin.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Welch, members, Superintendent Hartman. The proposed revisions for Windham Board Policy 705, Professional Educator Contracts, include updates to reflect the use of email as the primary method of communication for notices, increased flexibility in the contract renewal process, and clarification of the contract termination process. Other revisions address clarity, conciseness, and style. I'll pause now for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Are there any questions on this particular agenda item? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, you do, Chairman. I move that the Windham School District Board of Trustees approve the proposed revision of Windham's Board Policy 07.05, Professional Educator Contractors, as presented.
I have a motion on this item from Pastor Sprinkle. Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion from Pastor Sprinkle. I have a second from Dr. Burrow. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. That brings us to the agenda item of the chairman's report, and today's chairman's report falls in line with one of my favorite subjects, modernization of agency and workplace practices. The Windham School District remains committed to continuous process improvement and modernization as outlined in the district's 2030 plan, particularly in the area of technology advancement. A major milestone in this effort is the official launch of the Student Information Management System, and we all know with agencies you got to have acronyms, so this is yet another SIMS. I think there are other SIMS out there, but we've got a Student Information Management System designed primarily to track student attendance and class enrollments. Now, SIMS replaces the former system used to track students and their progress in Windham programming. This new platform reflects significant modernization efforts across terminology, infrastructure, and functionality. And joining us today in this report on the SIMS modernization effort is Ms. Jamie Sanders, Wyndham's Operational Support Supervisor. Ms. Sanders, I see you coming to the podium, and so when you are ready, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Welch, members of the board, and Superintendent Hartman. One of the most notable updates in the shift from the outdated language used in our previous system, outdated language could be consistent to the use of the term of student.
Right.
The system's technical foundation has also been fully modernized into web-based application. This allows campuses to view their entire educational landscape at a glance. For example, staff can now pull all of their class rosters for their campus on a single screen and quickly determine which students are assigned to which classes. Future enhancements will expand SIMS reporting capabilities to include detailed data such as detainers, race, and other demographic information. SIMS is designed to generate various reports a campus might need. One key feature under development is advanced reporting on student outcomes by teacher, allowing campus to view metrics such as grade gains, achievements, and instructional timelines. Post-secondary rosters will also become available for viewing as development continues. Another major improvement is the new ability to link all class rosters directly to classroom space. This gives the Operational Support Department a clear visibility into classroom capacity, current room usage, and opportunities for adding post-secondary partners or launching new programs. Additionally, Morelos High School and Matthew Gaines High School are now structured within the SIMS application as standalone campuses. This allows staff to track high school enrollments by class, and in future phases have the ability to drill down into specific subjects and student participation. SIMS also differentiates attendance hours awarded for face-to-face instruction versus packet-based instruction. One upcoming development will automatically add students to the education tracking roster within the Texas Department of Criminal Justice microfocus system at the point of enrollment, eliminating the current need for staff to enter this information manually. This is an important component that notifies TDCJ staff of student schedules and directly impacts daily attendance. Looking ahead, several other enhancements are planned for further streamlined process and strengthen alignment with the 2030 plan, including automated attendance tracking. We envision students scanning their TDCJ identification cards upon entering and leaving the classroom, removing the need for paper-based attendance and resulting in accurate real-time data directly integrated to the SIMS application.
Thank you very much. And that last point, I guess y'all probably wrote this in a way that you knew would be near and dear to my heart, because the idea of actually using those ID cards, which obviously every member of our population is required to have, not only have, but have with them at all times, and to be able to use that bar card function in order to automate the attendance function is very similar to what we're doing on the count modernization project as well. In other words, trying to automate some of these procedures so that you get that, in your case, the attendance data automatically uploading to a system rather than having to have someone take attendance on a sheet and then have the sheet given to somebody else, have somebody else enter the data from the sheet into another platform. So that's just a small example of how this technology enhancement will help to modernize the workplace, but very much appreciate it. And the launch of SIMS, in our view, marks a significant step forward in Wyndham's commitment to innovation and operational advancement. By modernizing terminology, infrastructure, and reporting capabilities, SIMS strengthens the district's ability to deliver data-driven reports and instruction that ultimately improves and increases the efficiency of campus operations. As upcoming enhancements continue to improve accuracy and continuous access to information on student progress, SIMS will play a central role in advancing the goals of the 2030 plan and supporting high-quality educational opportunities across Windham campuses. As a board, we appreciate the update on the progress so far, and we look forward to continued enhancements that will further strengthen the district's mission and long-term vision. So thank you, and I'll lead off with questions. Maybe others will have some questions and comments. We have discussed before at our Windham trustee meetings and also at our Texas Board of Criminal Justice meetings, the potential to store feedback on the performance of students or the potential to store the feedback or performance reviews of supervisors in such things as factory or food service operations or other operations in a unit. We've often talked about how this kind of feedback and being able to store this feedback in some way can help build as good a record as we can make for purposes of parole review, for example, or program eligibility. So my question to you is there going to be enough functionality within the SIMS platform to be able to store teacher feedback on the performance of students in classrooms?
So we're still like developing pieces of this application, but yes, so currently we can pull reports based off of student progress, knowing exactly who the teacher was, how long it took for a specific student to, how many hours of instruction they had before they received their HSE, how long it took them to get a grade gain. But but adding the ability for comments from teachers, yes, that is a function that we can definitely add.
Yeah, I just think that's something to at least look at because you know, it could be an important piece if you actually get feedback on a particular member of the population by somebody who has that direct experience with that individual, as I said, either in the classroom or in other TDCJ type operations. It just provides another data point for someone who is actually trying to track the progress of that individual as they're working on their rehabilitation. So I appreciate the thoughtful consideration of that. Any other questions? Pastor Sprinkle.
I do have one. Is the SIMS system, is it internally developed or is it a commercial off-the-shelf product that's been purchased?
It was internally developed by Wyndham's Information Technology Department.
And has it been implemented or is it utilized now at all campuses or in the process?
It was completely rolled out yesterday to every campus. So it took us
Just in
about
time.
7 weeks to roll it out to every campus, but now, so we did it about 14 campuses at a time. So everybody started using the system yesterday.
And what does it replace?
It replaces our old education management system that's been in place for over 30 years. That they couldn't use their mouse to do anything. It was all on your keyboard. So it's definitely an upgrade for our campuses to use this.
For those that have been on it more than a day, has it been good?
Yes, so like our feedback that we've received from our campuses have been good. So our first campus is rolled out at the very end of February on the new system, and we've gotten lots of good feedback and even some things that they would like to see that could be improved, like with reporting. And so our IT team is currently developing those reports that they're requesting that would be beneficial. So it's been good.
All right, very good questions. Any other questions? Superintendent, you have a comment.
I do, and I thank you for asking that question, Pastor Sprinkle, about who's developed it, because I just want to point out what a talented team we have working within the district. And to Jamie's point, that the system was developed with feedback from staff. So looking at the prior system, asking them what they would like to see in the new system, then rolling it out as a pilot, asking them what we needed to improve. And then moving forward, and thank you for your comments and suggestions as well. So it's a really exciting, it's been an exciting project. It's been a little bit of a stressful project as well. But I think that the staff on our campuses and all of us in general really appreciate the functionality and what's to come with the SIMS system.
Very good. Thank you so much for your report. We appreciate you. The next item on our agenda is a report from our superintendent, Christina Hartman. So, Ms. Hartman, when you're ready, please proceed.
Okay, so today I'll be reporting on Wyndham's cosmetology program, but first also want to acknowledge, as Ms. Zamora commented on earlier, that it is Second Chance Month and that we are so pleased this month and every month with the progress of our students and the efforts of the collective staff between TDCJ and Windham are advocacy groups that provide us with positive feedback and let us know what we need to improve, and certainly everyone behind the scenes that's working to ensure that we have great results as our students rejoin the communities. So the cosmetology program report came about because there were several questions from board members related to cosmetology, and it was one topic that I could not answer. So I have brought some experts with me today that will help with this presentation. Today I'm honored to welcome one of our cosmetology instructors, Mrs. Grace, and Principal Alcock from the O'Daniel campus. Please come to the podium. They will join me in delivering this report and sharing firsthand insights about the program. So I'm going to give a brief introduction so you know a little bit more about our staff here. Mrs. Grace proudly graduated from Queen City College in Clarksville, Tennessee in 2005, kickstarting her career in the beauty industry. As a military wife, her first salon space started humbly in her garage with just one shampoo bowl, one chair, and one station. Through dedication and exceptional service, she quickly built a thriving clientele. Her growing skill set opened the door to a master stylist position at JCPenney, where she specialized in chemical texture services, haircutting, and extensions. During this time, Mrs. Grace also pursued and earned a degree in business, further strengthening her foundation as a beauty professional and entrepreneur. Following a relocation due to military orders, Mrs. Grace continued to grow her career by establishing her own salon and developing a peer mentorship program in partnership with her sister. She also worked simultaneously with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice as a correctional officer and an officer overseeing the Strength Through Restoration, Independence, Vision, and Empowerment STRIVE program at the O'Daniel campus. For the last 5 years, Mrs. Grace has served as a cosmetology teacher with Windham School District and continues to support students at O'Daniel campus and also making my eyebrows look good through practice by her students. She is passionate about teaching the curriculum, business and entrepreneurship principles, social skills, and hands-on practical techniques. Her mission is to prepare future professionals with the knowledge, discipline, and confidence required to become successful practitioners in the beauty industry. Thank you, Mrs. Grace, for your dedication to the district and its students. Next, I will introduce Ms. Alcock, principal of the O'Daniel campus, who provides strong leadership and ongoing support for the campus and its cosmetology program, along with many others, and plays a vital role in ensuring its success for the women it serves. Ms. Alcock has dedicated more than 20 years serving her community as an educator. She earned her bachelor's degree in education from the University of North Florida, followed by her master's degree in special education with a concentration in disability services and applied behavioral analysis. As a proud Navy veteran, Ms. Alcock spent many years supporting military-connected children, serving as an instructional systems specialist for autism and special education services with the Department of Defense Education Activity. She later completed her education specialist degree in educational leadership from Liberty University, continuing her commitment to children and teens through a variety of leadership and educational support roles. Ms. Alcock joined Windham School District in 2019, serving as principal at both the Hughes and Hilltop campuses. She rejoined the district in 2024, where she now leads educational services for students at the O'Daniel and Halbert campuses. Beyond her professional accomplishments, Ms. Alcock is a musician who enjoys spending quality time with her family and recreational cycling. So we might have to hear some of that music at one of our upcoming graduations. Thank you, Ms. Alcock, for your leadership, and please proceed with the beginning of the report.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Superintendent Hartman, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Welch, and board members. The cosmetology course, which is offered to women at the O'Daniel campus in Gatesville, provides students with comprehensive classroom instruction and hands-on training, teaching them to safely use industry tools and apply techniques that mirror real salon environments. This program emphasizes professionalism, accountability, and employability, preparing students not only for licensure, but also for successful careers and meaningful reentry opportunities. Ms. Grace, please proceed.
Just the mic. Okay. Good afternoon. Students receive hands-on training in haircutting, styling, and basic chemical services, along with fundamental instructions in skincare, nail care, and client consultation. Through guided practice, students learn how to properly handle industry tools and equipment, perform fundamental salon services, and apply techniques that mirror those used in professional salon environment. Students in this program further develop a wide range of technical skills as well as professional skills such as communication, customer service, and workplace professionalism. Instruction also emphasizes safety procedures, proper sanitation practices, and the development of good work habits necessary for success in the cosmetology field. Should I proceed or any questions? Proceed? Okay. The program requires approximately 1,000 hours of training and prepares students to earn the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation, TDLR, cosmetology operator license that qualifies graduates for employment in a range of fields, including hairstyling, nail technology, skincare, and related personal services roles. Students become eligible to take the written examining after completing 900 of the required 1,000 hours. Students typically test monthly through PSI Services, which provides TDLR-approved testing proctors to come to the campus to administer both portions of the state board exam. Once students have finished all training hours and successfully passed the written exam, they may proceed with taking the practical exam. Students are tested on a variety of subjects, including but not limited to haircuts, styling, safety criteria, nail techniques, facials, and waxing. I'm happy to report that during the 2024-2025 school year, 19 cosmetology students took the license exam through PSI, and 100% of students passed. I will now turn it over. Oh, I'm sorry, I am Ms. Grace. In addition to developing technical expertise, students gain a strong understanding of professionalism, attention to detail, and effective interpersonal communications, qualities that are essential for success in any customer-focused industry. These experiences not only build confidence, but also equip students with marketable skills that support meaningful employment opportunities after re-entry. Upon graduation, students are prepared to serve the industry in a variety of roles, including as practitioners, skincare specialists, manicurists, pedicurists, and many others. It is an honor to see our graduates return to their communities and contribute in such impactful ways. In July 2025, I had the privilege of reconnecting with cosmetology alumni, Ms. Jamie Vaughn, who was a participant on the district's alumni panel during the statewide professional development. Ms. Vaughn shared after successfully completed the program, obtaining her cosmetology operator's license through TDLR and successfully re-entering her community. She is now employed at Ashley Mitchell Salon in Houston, where she has advanced to a stylist position and is actively building her own clientele.
So thank you, Mrs. Grace. I know that was quite a bit to cover, and I do recall that in our conversations with the board, we had a question, and our question, and I think we've gone back and forth, and I've probably provided the right answer and the wrong answer, and maybe the right answer again. Our question was, with the cosmetology license, can someone do skincare and nails, or is there an additional certification required for that?
Absolutely. So as far as nails, they can practice such as manicures, pedicures, and then acrylics only. If they want to specialize in anything further, they will have to go to school to obtain additional hours.
Okay, great. And then for the skincare, you mentioned that they could do basic facial services, but if we were to do chemical peels or something like that, it would go on to additional classes required. So I think that both answers were right that we were discussing initially.
That is correct, and then that's including injections as well. We are not specialized to do injections.
Okay, great.
So I think what we've gone back and forth about is you can do hair, you can do manicure, pedicure, acrylics. You can do basic facials, but if you want to do anything other than that, then you get to build on your current education.
Right.
And seek further certification. Yes, I'm understanding.
That is
That's
correct.
what you said most recently.
Continuing
Yes.
education, yes.
Okay, great. Well, just want to thank you again for being here. I know that there may be some questions from the board, and just emphasize to you all how fortunate we are to have such a wonderful cosmetology teacher and a great principal there at the O'Daniel campus. We have another cosmetology teacher that works with her named Miss Owens that wasn't able to be here today, and we have a barbering teacher at the Hughes campus named Mr. Skinner. So just appreciate all of you for everything you do, and then I'll turn it over to Chairman if there are any.
Well, just a quick comment. It's been too long since I've been to the cosmetology training space there at the unit. But, you know, in various units where we have career and technical training, education type space, oftentimes you'll have one member of a particular class who'll be designated to be the ambassador.
Yes.
If I remember the cosmetology environment correctly, every person participating in that program is an ambassador, because you have individuals who are so highly motivated and are so appreciative of the ability to be able to take something that maybe they had an interest in before.
Yes.
Maybe they had some experience, maybe it's something brand new for them. But just to be able to see the spirit of the students who are participating in that program, to me, was truly inspirational. So, I know that's a credit to both of you in terms of creating the environment in which that can happen. So thank you on behalf of the board. Thank you so much for your work. And I am going to come back, even though in my condition, I don't really require a whole lot of the skill. You know, some of us have been left, and I think some other guys in the audience may feel this way too. We are left to be our own barber.
Yes.
But that's not going to stop me from coming back and seeing the great work that is going on. So thank you both very much for being here.
You're welcome. May I elaborate on something?
Sure.
I do want to cover, you did notice and say that you have noticed about our ambassadors. I do want to elaborate on cosmetology is not just beauty. So not only do we teach or instruct on beauty, we also instruct on business skills, which includes entrepreneurship, public speaking, so that trains them to be prepared to be amazing ambassadors when you all come to visit the campus.
And I'm giving you some feedback, which that type of culture that you're creating, it's real, because it comes through in talking to any of the students who are able to participate in this program. So thank you again very much for that. I see Ambassador Siv has a comment.
Chairman, you answered one of my questions already about pedicure and manicure. It seemed to me that this field almost guarantee a job. Is there a statistic that we can keep at how many people who have these degrees get 100% offer, and are they going on their own, or they join a shop that already exists?
Well, I'll say that based on the information that we received from Ms. Vaughn, and this is just very transparent, she said she had to apply for quite a few jobs before she was given an opportunity, but it wasn't because of her skill set, it was getting past the conviction history and the conversation. But once she did and secured the job that she ultimately absolutely loves and is building a huge clientele, very successful.
Great.
So when we have our next biennial evaluation report, as the cosmetology program evolves, we will have solid numbers based on what we get from Texas Workforce Commission on employment in the field of training for cosmetology.
Great.
And I think that it's a, accolades to Mrs. Grace for providing that opportunity for the public speaking and self-advocacy that allows folks like Ms. Vaughn to not give up when she's told no 15 times, and then on time 16 or time 30 or whatever it is, she is in a career that she absolutely loves. And I think that she wouldn't mind me sharing this information with you all.
Yes, sir, Dr. Burrow.
For the guy with 5 daughters that's heard a lot of different phrases, could you explain a couple of questions? First, could you explain the difference between I've heard the terminology beautician, cosmetologist, and esthetician. Could you tell me, is a beautician, do they just do hair, or?
It's off, it's off, it's off.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so beautician, it's, the industry changes. So years ago, that's what we started off. So the terminology changes from beautician to cosmetologist and now practitioners. Esthetician is another field.
Okay, I have a nurse that works for me that is an esthetician also, and they do a lot of the skin.
face, correct.
The stuff they were saying you needed more licenses for. What a wonderful field you guys have. You get to work, it's fun, and you make people pretty and happy. That's a win all the way around. So
Absolutely.
we appreciate the program. I think it's a great, great program.
Ms. Ziker?
I guess a question and a comment, if I could, Chairman. One is, the question is, as I work my way through all the Windham programs, and I meet the people that are there as instructors, it's very inspiring, and so many committed reasons for being there. Here you are, you had a very successful private enterprise, as I understand, right? And so then you came to what brought you here to Windham, and what do you gain from this that you maybe didn't get from your private practice? Can you touch on that a little?
One strong word is purpose. Working as a TDC officer, and when I seen cosmetology at the campus, after being behind the chair after 20 years, I didn't want to give up because I still had purpose. And what better thing is to, in my purpose, is to impact others. And once I seen cosmetology school and impact to pour into my knowledge, wisdom, and understanding to a community, and just to see them grow and be successful as well.
You deserve a lot of credit for that, and I would also say that the across the spectrum, Christina, the instructors throughout your entire system are inspirational, and you come in with an attitude of, I'm not just going to teach you to cut hair, I'm going to teach you to speak in public, and I'm going to give you some business leadership concepts and how to be an entrepreneur, whatever it be. These are the things that help reduce recidivism rate. These are things that give people hope and move things forward and really feed the mission of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. So I'd like to just say thank you very much to you and all the people that you have on board. It's so inspiring to get out and visit all the Windham school districts and the principals and all of your instructors and teachers and such. So thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Ziker?
In follow-up to General Welch's question or comments about students receiving education on business skills and entrepreneur skills, what is the earning potential in this field? From my understanding, it can be quite high. So what are you seeing, and what could our students be looking forward to potentially?
As far as financial?
Yes.
Last time I looked at a report was a year ago, and that's when I visit Paul Mitchell in Texas, and the most we've seen is over $60,000 a year for a master stylist.
And the ability for them to eventually, as Ms. Vaughn is working towards, own their own business and have the flexibility and earning potential there, I know is quite high from people that I know who've done it.
Yes.
And I know that can be well over 6 figures. So this is a great program to give our students an opportunity.
What should I say? Not only if there's other employment opportunities as well. They can become directors with the cosmetology license, salon managers, cosmetology instructors, and so forth. So there's no ending to it. You just continue to grow.
Thank you so much for being here and for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is a presentation on the 2024-2025 Annual Performance Report. Windham School District Division Director of Instruction, Mr. Kevin Sonic, and Communications Administrator, Ms. Danielle Nichols, will both be presenting today. I see you are at the podium, so when you're ready, Ms. Nichols, you can proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Welch, board members, and Superintendent Hartman. My name is Danielle Nichols, Communications Administrator with Windham, and I'm joined by Kevin Sonic, Division Director of Instruction. It is our privilege to share a brief overview of Windham School District's 2024-2025 Annual Performance Report themed Championing Education, Inspiring Innovation. This theme highlights the district's belief that education is a pathway for opportunity through academic, life skills, career and technical education, or CTE, and post-secondary programming. All data presented to you today reflects the outstanding work by our staff and students between September 1st, 2024 through August 31st, 2025. Windham provides education and support to students as they prepare for the workforce and community integration. This begins with assessments such as the tests of Adult Basic Education, or TABE, and purposeful student advisement for enrollment in academic, CTE, and life skills courses outlined within their Individualized Treatment Plan, or ITP. Common characteristics of the average student entering Windham academic programming include a 5th grade reading level, average age of 32, cognitive behavioral needs, and workforce training needs. In school year 25, approximately 50,000 students received Windham educational services. Windham is committed to enhancing support for eligible students under the age of 21 who meet eligibility requirements under the Title I Part D grant. The district's Special Education and Federal Programs Department oversees the provision of services to students with disabilities that meet the eligibility under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973, and the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990. During the 24-25 school year, 470 students received special education services. In school year 25, 19,800 students participated in Windham's literacy and high school equivalency, or HSE, courses. Students showed measurable skills gains across academic programs. Of the 11,162 distinct students eligible, 7,163, or approximately 64%, made gains in at least one subject area, including reading, math, or language. 3,502 students took the General Educational Development, or GED, exam, with 84.5% who tested earning an HSE certificate. 122 students were enrolled at Matthew Gaines High School in the 24-25 school year, with 16 seniors graduating with their high school diploma. 29 students completed dual credit courses, and 17 earned industry-based certifications. At the Jovita Gonzalez de Morelos High School, 95 students were enrolled, with 22 graduating seniors. 4 students earned industry-based certifications. 5 campuses, the B. Moore, Coleman, Connolly, Diboll, and Stiles campuses, participated in Windham's partnership with the Goodwill Excel Center to continue the Adult Accelerated High School Diploma program. To strengthen family bonds, promote educational success, and support positive reentry outcomes, Windham's Family Literacy Program continued to provide structured opportunities for parents to be actively involved in their children's education. Over 1,100 interactions, such as meetings and reading activities, occurred during school year 25. More than 200 children, caregivers, and family members across 6 campuses also came together for Family Literacy Days, which encouraged family engagement and supported educational growth through a variety of meaningful activities.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. Windham's life skills programs prioritize cognitive behavioral development, in turn promoting personal growth and inspiring lasting change. School year 2025, 15,532 students participated in the Changing Habits and Achieving New Goals to Empower Success Changes program. 7,881 students participated in the Cognitive Intervention Program, CIP, and 3,646 students participated in the Parenting Program. The modernization and implementation of technology across the district remains a top priority for Windham. During the 24-25 school year, the district introduced the Academic and Instructional Technology Department, broadening digital content offerings and technical support for educators. Windham introduced remote instruction through eDovo on resident tablets for individuals within restrictive housing and implemented the peer tutoring program, which integrates computer-based model lessons using interactive whiteboards, preparing participants to assist educators in delivering high-quality instruction in the classroom. In school year 2025, Windham offered over 40 CTE courses across 10 career clusters. There were 8,487 CTE course completions and 13,353 industry-based certifications were earned. Windham, in partnership with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, offered 30 apprenticeship occupations registered with the United States Department of Labor. There were 1,700 active participants, with 227 of those achieving sufficient hours to complete their respective program. Windham's College and Career Readiness Department began the transition of post-secondary program administration following the recommendation provided by the Texas Sunset Advisory Commission. The department guided 5 new institutions of higher education through the prison education program process. Occupational licensing remained a key focus for the district in school year 25. 1,024 criminal history evaluation letters, CHEL, were submitted on behalf of Windham students. Additionally, the district applied for 234 licenses through the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation prior to the students' reentry. The district's Recreation and Wellness Department saw expansion during the school year 25 through the Women a Wellness Dorm, a residential program where participants commit to living healthy lifestyles implemented at the Old Daniel campus. Employees also took part in new and existing health and wellness challenges in partnership with the other state agencies. One highlight includes the district's participation in Walk Across Texas, placing first in the category with participants logging 134,629 miles walked, an incredible increase of more than 49,000 miles compared to the previous year. Windham's accountability system serves as a way to monitor and evaluate district and campus performance. The district received an overall rating of accomplished for the 24-25 school year. This report only covers a small portion of the content within this year's annual performance report. It is always a pleasure to spotlight the outstanding work of our educators, staff, and students. And we look forward to continuing to champion education and inspire innovation in the years to come. This concludes our report. I'll be happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you both for that very good and comprehensive report. Just a quick comment. I'm sure others on the board have comments as well. I mean, I know it fluctuates, and you heard me asking Superintendent Hartman during the presentation. When I'm out on the road, oftentimes I'll talk about the fact that when students come to us, come to the Windham School District, they come in at a 6th grade reading level. Here I'm seeing that most current data shows that might even be lower, and that they're arriving to us at 32 years of age, obviously in a situation where if somebody's coming into an education system at 32 at a 5th grade reading level, I think we all appreciate and understand the challenge that is going to be faced in reaching that average profile of person engaging them in an education program. And so my comment is, given those dynamics and the fact that, that the district achieved a 2025 accountability report card of a B is to me, is amazing. And I know that we're all striving for continuous improvement. I know that we are trying our darndest to think of strategies and ways where we can reach even more members of the population through these programs than we're currently doing. I know that we're, as we talked about in the technology report, that we're thinking about ways, improved ways of delivering that educational life skills, cognitive, career and technical education programming to our population. But I mean, let's just take a pause and recognize the district for doing such an outstanding job under the challenging circumstances of education and corrections. So thank you both very much. And thank you, everyone. Superintendent, do you have anything you wanted to add to that?
Well, I think it's a great report, and you all can see copies of our annual performance report on our website under the Reports tab. We'll also have hard copies for our board members. One thing that I find interesting, and I'm not sure if any of you picked up on this, and I'm going to call it out now, there was a comment that 64% of students made an educational gain, and that actually would sound quite low unless we explain what an educational gain is. An educational gain is actually measured by our tests of adult basic education, and it doesn't mean that people haven't made progress. In order to achieve an educational gain on that test, you're looking at 2 to 3 grade levels of progress. So that does not always happen in 1 year. So I think that in the future, we're going to clarify that a bit, so that perhaps their perception that they're not making any progress is not out there, because they certainly are making progress. Just again, most of us would not make 2 to 3 years of progress in 1 year. We do see with our adult learners, though, it's not uncommon for them to make more than 1 year of progress in 1 year.
No, but that's a great comment. It goes back to my comment too about the fact that, you know, you're making these achievements among a population which has progressed through life in a situation where at age 32 on average, they're at a 5th grade reading level. And so I appreciate your saying that, because we fully understand that the students that you're working so hard to reach and lift up and move forward, you know, their journey may be different than someone who has the type of structure where they've grown up and they go through a more traditional education program. So I think that's a very, very good and thoughtful comment. Any other, General Welch?
Yeah, I have 2 questions. The first one is on the academic program, and you talk about the level of success in GEDs or high school equivalency certificates. You have 84.5% of those tested were awarded. The other 15.5%, is it 1 and out, or do they get to come back and get remedial effort and try again and hopefully succeed?
Yes, so those 15%, they still may be in school. So if someone doesn't pass a section, then we look at how they scored and what they need to work on, and then there's time frames, and then when they can retake the test. So of those 15%, they may have 1 test still left, but they still may be in school right now, and they probably already earned their HSE with us this school year.
So the overall success rate across all efforts is higher probably than 84.5%, because they get to come back and try again, so those have failed. But when you give it in a block, for this year, for instance, 84.5%.
Correct.
Got you. And then the second one, who grades you? Who gave you a B?
Jamie Sanders, that presented earlier, is the expert on our accountability system. So it actually pulls from what now will be the information entered through SIMS. So it pulls from attendance, enrollments, grade gains, award of high school equivalency, award of career and technical education certificates, percentage of folks that are completing programs. So it's basically measuring success in a variety of different areas and then contributing to a grade for the district. And then each campus has a grade as well.
But I guess the question was, who's given the grade? Who's grading the graders?
Oh, we are grading ourselves, I guess, in a way. Jamie, would that be accurate? Yes. Now, we do have the Correctional Education Association that comes in and audits us, and they audit how many standards, Charlie Bell? About 61 standards. So they're coming in and auditing our processes that include many of the components that are in the accountability system.
I don't think they gave you a high enough grade, personally. Yeah, I say give yourself at least a B plus, maybe an A minus.
The modernized computer system is grading us. How about that?
Well, thank you both for that presentation. Any other questions? If not, we'll move on to our next agenda item, and that is a special presentation on celebrating America's 250-year story. So again, we're joined by Ms. Nichols, our Windham School District Communications Administrator, who will be presenting on this very timely topic today. So when you're ready, Ms. Nichols, you may proceed.
Good afternoon again. In 2026, America marks a historic milestone, 250 years since the signing of the Declaration of Independence. As our nation reflects on its journey, Windham School District and the Texas Department of Criminal Justice are proud to launch a series honoring this event while inspiring meaningful learning across all of our campuses. This initiative reflects the collective vision and involvement of the entire board, with Ambassador Sishan Siv providing notable leadership in shaping its initial concept and development. We look forward to having you all participate in a variety of activities throughout the year, to include Ambassador Siv serving as a judge for themed trivia contests. Ambassador Siv, who has guided us throughout this process, will now share a few words.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am proud to be part of this historic program because this has a personal connection to me. When we hear 250, we think of 250th. But for me, 250 means $2.50 years.
Okay.
Because I came here 50 years ago with $2. 50 years later, I still have $2 in my pocket. But it's a different $2. What we look at here is the Declaration of Independence on the left. And this on the right, you see that back of the $2 bills, which is sort of history hidden in plain sight, because that is the Independence Hall meeting of the Continental Congress, based on a painting by John Trumbull, which came from my home state of Connecticut, and your home state too, Mr. Chairman.
That's it.
He painted this in honor of the Declaration. This is a meeting on June the 28th, 1776, just a few days before this Declaration of Independence was adopted. If you want to see this hall, you can either go to Philadelphia or you can go to Houston, because at Houston Baptist University there is an exact replica of this Independence Hall, and I encourage you to take your family there. So it's a long story in just the back of the $2 bills. And because we have seen the declaration, I have one here, which I want to give to the chairman for our board. This is not the original.
I would hope not.
So if I may have you present for a minute, and I already spoke with Jill. She said she'll frame it up. Anything has to be checked with Jill first. All right, here we go. Let's see, we can show this to everyone.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I keep the ribbon, okay?
Like it.
Yeah.
So y'all take the top and you take the bottom.
All right, here we go. I hope you have your children reading. It's only 1,377 words.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you. That was fantastic. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Celebrating America's 250-year story began in March and will run through December. The lesson series is designed to support instruction and awareness through a structured exploration of America's development, foundational documents, leadership decisions, and evolving national identity, while also engaging staff and residents in meaningful reflection on America's history, progress, challenges, and future. America's 250-year story is more than a historical observance and celebration. It is an opportunity to strengthen civic understanding, highlight leadership and responsibility, connect past innovation to modern career pathways, encourage reflection on freedom, opportunity, and service, and inspire students to envision their role in the next chapter of America's story. Through intentional collaboration between Windham and TDCJ, this series reflects our shared commitment to guiding, motivating, and empowering staff and residents. This initiative is designed to be accessible, flexible, and inspiring across all instructional settings. Through monthly themes, multimedia resources, and interactive engagement opportunities, campuses will have ready-to-use materials that connect history to literacy, career pathways, civic understanding, and personal growth. Designated monthly themes will guide resources for staff and students. Each month will highlight a chapter of America's story. In March, we recognized America Turns 250, a year of reflection and celebration. This month, in April, we're celebrating early settlements, the foundations of a new nation. In May, Founding Fathers, leadership, vision, and the formation of American government. In June, Declaration of Independence, the meaning, impact, and legacy of July 4th, 1776. In July, National Monuments, symbols of freedom and remembrance. August, Progress in Motion, the evolution of transportation and the American flag. September, America's identity and its voice, national symbols and communication. October, How America Works, the changing landscape of careers and industry. November, American innovation, technology through the generations. And in December, looking forward the next 250 years. Each month, Windham and TDCJ will provide staff with digital signage to display trivia and polls on the district's employee engagement app, facts and information in the monthly Echo newspaper, and a centralized Teams channel offering posters, bulletin board ideas, and ready-to-use lesson plan activities. TDCJ units are also painting the 250 logo in prominent locations, as Mr. Lumpkin spoke to earlier, on each unit, along with other patriotic American-themed murals. Throughout the year, Windham and TDCJ plan to host USA-themed events for staff and launch projects such as a time capsule and a challenge coin design contest. I look forward to providing further details on these initiatives at upcoming board meetings. Through this lesson series, we aim to inspire meaningful learning, reflection, and unity across all our campuses as we celebrate America's ongoing story. This concludes my report, and I'll now pause for any questions.
Thank you very much for that inspirational report, and what a great way to end our day. I appreciate, first and foremost, the leadership of Ambassador Siv in this effort. It was Ambassador Siv who made sure that we engaged in an organized effort to make sure that we were celebrating this great milestone appropriately across our units, our campuses across the state. So thank you, Ambassador Siv, for your leadership on this, and thanks. It wasn't a heavy lift, though I think you'll agree with me, Ambassador Siv. You found a lot of people who were inspired to really move this effort forward, and I know that you've had great people to work with, including a lot of great folks at Windham who have helped with this effort. I guess my only additional comment is, we see all these great murals on there, but, Ambassador Siv hands me a copy of the Declaration, so how can I not be sitting here reading it? So I sure hope that we can inspire one of those unit artists. I want to see a wall inside one of the units with the words that we all know as I sit here looking at it, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So maybe Ambassador Siv, you and I can inspire one of those unit artists to actually have those words displayed in more, hopefully more than one unit. How about that?
I think that's an excellent idea, and I'll be happy to accompany you, and maybe the two of us can share reading the declaration all together. How about that?
I like that idea too.
I will end with the sentences that we pledge our fortunes, our lives, and our honors, sacred honors, at the end of the declaration.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Any other thoughts or comments as we wrap up our meeting today? Pastor Sprinkle.
Exciting. And General Welch and I are looking forward to that design of that challenge coin. Looking forward to that. But just real quickly, a question about the monthly emphases, the themes. How's that going to, how is Wyndham planning to push that out through our classrooms? Is there like going to be one, a daily, not a daily, but maybe a one-time lesson plan that's given to each teacher to teach on that?
So we're working closely with our academic and instructional technology department, who kind of dives into these different themes and puts together some ready-to-use lesson series and trivia for our students. Each month we push those resources out through our Teams channel, and they incorporate into their classroom as they see fit. Yes, sir.
All right. If no other questions, thank you very much, Ms. Nichols, for your presentation. And with that, I again thank all of you for coming here today. Our entire board thanks you for coming here today. And the next meeting of the Windham School District Board of Trustees will take place on Friday, June 19th, 2026 in Huntsville, Texas. There being no further business, the 353rd meeting of the Windham School District Board of Trustees is now adjourned. It is 3:31 p.m. Thank you. We are in recess.